very warm welcome to Forfarshire Cricket Club for match 9, Ireland against Thailand. ICC Women's T20 World Cup qualifier 2019. Another wet start here in Forfarshire, but we're going to have an 18 over match. I'm joined by Isabel Joyce. Ireland have won the toss. They've elected to bowl. We're going to have a little look through the teams, Isabel. Good morning.
Morning, Niall. Yeah, delighted to see them taking the field here. Such an important fixture. You have Thailand, the up-and-coming team there on the left. Some really good batters in their lineup. Chantam and Chai White will be the ones up top. And of course, for Ireland, Captain Laura Delaney at the top and Vice-Captain Kim Garth. They'll be super important to Ireland in this opening spell.
Huge game. Thailand top of the group. Kim Garth, start us off. Good pace, excellent line and length, good energy behind the ball. Ireland up and about their business this morning. It's a huge game. Thailand have been good so far. A bit of the surprise package you would feel in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup qualifier so far. But that bowler, Kim Garth, plenty of experience, big bash experience, wonderful bowler.
Yeah, a bit of movement early on for Kim Garth. She's got Chantam on the back foot early. She's getting the ball to talk. Both these openers will have been disappointed with their previous match. Neither of them got many runs, so they'll be wanting to do a job for their team here today.
You had a look at the pitch earlier on, Isabel. What can you tell us about the surface?
Looks like there's a bit in it for the bowlers, Niall. Slashed away through the covers. It's short again, but too wide this time. She's got her line wrong, Kim Garth, and she's disappointed with that one. Trying to get the ball to move away a little bit, but if she's going to do that, she needs to bowl a better length. Well,
cracking shot. Great start here for Thailand. On-field umpires today, Sue Redfern and Jacqueline Williams. Third umpire, Eloise Sheridan. Match referee, as always, Graham LeBroy from Sri Lanka.
Well bowled from Kim Garth, a better length. That's the one we were talking about. And Thailand got themselves in a bit of trouble a few days ago, hanging the bat outside off. So that's a bit of promise from Kim Garth. She'll be happy to see that shot.
Well, no slip in play, which is a surprise to me. Gloomy conditions, overcast conditions, a little bit of movement in the air and off the seam. You've got a good pace bowler. You've got to back them with your slip fielders. Leg side. Good work by Mary Waldron down the leg side. Very good keeper, Mary Waldron, finding her way in the umpiring game now. Very busy, both playing, umpiring, officiating all around the world. Good to see Mary working recently in the Kia Super League in the UK. Fantastic for not just herself, but Irish cricket as a whole. Kim Garth travels around the world, playing franchise league cricket. She'll be eyeing up a contract in the next edition of the 100-ball competition in the UK next summer.
Leg side again, but that one was on the money. And Emer Richardson just tidying up at mid-on there. She'll be opening the bowling at the other end.
Yep, Kim Garth bowling from the pavilion end. This ground, of course, as we mentioned yesterday in the coverage, same ends as Lord's, the wonderful Lord's. Pavilion end and the Nursery Road end. So Kim Garth operating from the pavilion end currently. Leg side, beats the keeper, Mary Waldron. That's going to trickle away for 4 leg byes, I think. Yes, 4 leg byes, and that's a good start for Thailand. 9 runs coming off the first over, 9 for no loss.
Not huge scores in this ground so far in this tournament, so every run counts. That leg bye for 4, costly for Ireland. There you have it. Sue Redfern, as you said, she's at the pavilion end. And it's Jacqueline Williams who will be standing at the Nursery Road end for Emer Richardson, who's going to start, I think, over the wicket.
Well, as you can see on the screens, ladies and gents, there's rain reappearing here at Forfarshire. It seems a familiar tale at the moment, unfortunately, but thankfully the umpires and players are going to play through. We've got a good crowd forming. The school next door, They're having a couple of hours off and they've come in to watch their cricket superstars. This is wonderful to see. These young kids who are watching the game won't worry about the rain. Ground staff are getting busy. And just as we mentioned that, the umpires have said, yeah, too heavy. Unfortunately, there is a lot of rain forecasted today. Players are going to make their way from the field for the time being. Only 1 over bowled. Thailand 9 for no loss. Thailand 9 for no loss. Good start. Ireland slightly disappointing first over, but plenty of cricket to be played, Isabel. This is a disappointing sight.
Yeah, this is a really important fixture, specifically for Ireland, who are in second place due to net run rate. Thailand are in first place, a really healthy net run rate of 2.345.
Well, just to give you a little update, folks, that's the situation here. It's 9 for no loss after 1 over. Rain has stopped play. We're going to take a little bit of a little interlude while the ground staff do their hard work, and hopefully we'll be back very soon with some more live action between this must-win game really for both sides, Thailand versus Ireland. Welcome back to Forfarshire Cricket Club. The rain is abating, thankfully. Ireland against Thailand. Match 9, a much needed 2 points for both sides. Earlier on this morning, Isabel Joyce was out for the toss. Let's join her.
Hello and welcome to Forfarshire Cricket Club in Scotland for the ICC Women's T20 World Cup qualifier. With me I have the captains of Ireland, Laura Delaney, captain of Thailand, Sonaran Tipoch, and third umpire Eloise, who'll conduct the toss.
Yeah. So heads. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Sorry, can I really start? Hit. We will have a bell first. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. I have these for you. Yeah, and I have this. Okay. Thanks a lot. Good luck.
Laura, if I can have you for a second. So you won the toss, and what have you decided to do?
We've decided to have a bell first. It's quite wet. So yeah, we've decided to stick them in first.
And it's an 18-over-a-side game with a bit of rain around. Is that why you've kind of gone for bowling as well?
Yeah, it's a bit, the ground, the outfield's quite wet here at the moment as well. And I reckon it'll be interesting to see what target they can kind of post out here.
What are you trying to keep them under?
I think anything under 100 would be a really good total for us.
Okay, and any changes to the team?
No, same team.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks, Emma.
Sonaran,
Ha.
what would you have done if you'd won the toss?
Oh, you're going to bet first.
Okay,
Yes,
so you're happy with that?
Yes.
What kind of total are you looking to post?
We see the pitch, and pitch is also good. And I think it's bowler first inning will the outfield will be the wet also. They can grip properly. Yeah.
Okay, and any changes to your team today?
No, it's same team.
Okay, good luck.
Yeah.
Okay, back to Niall.
Well, always nice to hear the thoughts of both captains. You would think a good toss to win for Ireland, winning the toss and deciding to bowl. One slight change since that rain break. Folks back home, it's a 17-over-a-side fixture now, so it started out as an 18-over game. We're down to 17. Isabel Joyce alongside me. Isabel, how did that first over and go for Ireland? How do you see this power play playing out for Ireland?
Well, a really important bowler there, Emer Richardson. She's one of the biggest wicket takers. She took 2 in her previous game. Usually takes big wickets, and she absolutely loves bowling in the power play. Gives her a good chance for a few catches in the ring, and she's got one out at deep mid wicket. Probably thinking that's where the big shot will go. Also one at deep backward square.
Flighted, playing a miss. Going leg side, looking to go big. Interesting career path, Emer Richardson. Obviously spent a lot of time in New Zealand playing domestic cricket, first class and white ball cricket. Had a bit of time out of the Ireland setup. Back in the side now for the last couple of years. Good to see.
Big appeal. And no. Unfortunately, Emer Richardson looks devastated. She can't believe that Jacqueline Williams has said no, but she's going to have to go back to her mark. And Jacqueline Williams won't like that reaction.
Well, there was turn. There certainly was spin there, and we didn't see a great deal of spin yesterday. Same pitch. There was a little bit of turn there for Emer Richardson. Got the ball above the eye line nicely. A nice bit of flight and guile.
Yeah, bit of a way drift. You have to say it did turn a good bit, possibly going down. Not sure what the issue is there for Jacqueline Williams, but a bit of a wry smile from Emer Richardson, and she'll have another go. Full, swept away. The field is there for that one. Shauna Kavanagh tidies it up and returns to Mary Waldron. She won't thank her for that return throw, though.
No, wicketkeeper Mary Waldron giving the field a bit of a stare, and rightly so. This is great to see. This is what it's all about. School next door, having an hour or two off, coming in to see some of these top players from around the world. Ireland and Thailand battling it out for top spot here today.
Full, well driven. Laura Delaney uses the leg, and they're not going to take on her throw, it seems.
Well, it'd be rude of me not to ask you of the transition for Irish cricket, and Laura Delaney in particular as captain. Been a difficult 12 months or so. Obviously some retirements, some new faces coming through. What's the current state of play with the Irish women's game?
Really full, and she's had a big swing at that as Chantham. You can't blame her. That's the end of the second, a good one. And Thailand are 10 for naught after 2. Yeah, it's a big change. Laura Delaney's been in the role as captain for a number of years, though. As obviously captain before that, I retired after the 2016 T20 World Cup in India. So Laura's had a good amount of time at the helm with me under her. Kim Garth is her vice captain, and she's really knowledgeable about the game. You mentioned she's travelled around the world, she's actually got 2 gold medals in Big Bash, which is quite a big deal for an Irish player, obviously. So lots of young players coming through. I feel like it was the right time for 4 oldies to step away. Lots of youth there. So good opportunity for them to stake their claim. A big pressure on them to perform.
Well, certainly wonderful to see those youngsters in watching the cricket. Yes, you're on TV all around the world. Kim Garth to continue. Short ball, cut away. Down the third man region. Wants 2. Gonna have to settle for 1. Again, another poor throw into Mary Waldron, the keeper. One or the other as a wicket keeper. You want the ball on the bouncer and it's over the top. I would suggest on a wet day, wet outfield, get the ball over the top of the stumps. Keep it up, keep it dry.
Well, I think you're being a bit harsh on Sophie McMahon there. I'm not sure why Mary Waldron went sprinting towards her. So she was trying to throw it in on the bounce. Slower, really well struck away there. That's a beautiful shot from Nataka Chantham. She's got that one right in the slot and races over the boundary.
Well, that's an absolutely superb stroke. Floated delivery, half volley, it must be said. Yes, a bit of pace on it, a bit of width from Kim Garth. You've still got to put it away. Absolutely crunched it right out in the middle of the bat through the extra cover region. Beautiful stroke. Great start here for Thailand. Really, really good batting.
So she sends the cover fielder out. That's a better length and a better line. Lara Moritz having a think about throwing it there. Loves a fake throw at the stumps, Lara Moritz.
Oh, there's always, every team's got 1 or 2 of those fielders in the game. Nice to see people in the field getting involved in the action. Kim Garth under pressure. Ireland's go-to bowler. Been carted for a couple of boundaries already. Fuller. Good length. Really good length that from Kim Garth. When you get conditions in your favour as a bowler and as a captain, you ask your bowler, pitch the ball up. I would like to see the captain have a slip in place. You need to take wickets in the power play, or else it's hard to curtail the innings if the batting side have a lot of wickets in hand. No slip in place for Kim Garth.
Yeah, completely agree with you there, Niall. I'd like to see that square leg fielder come out and go into slip. I always think a square leg in the ring is almost a hiding to nothing for a seam bowler. If it's going there, it's probably going quick, and you're unlikely to stop it when you're in the ring. So a bit more of an attacking option maybe, but Ireland do need a wicket, as you said.
Pulled away. Well, as we mentioned, that square leg fielder does a good job. Sliding stop. 3 overs bowled, 16 for no loss. Isabel, huge prize at stake, of course. Australia World Cup in the near future. You mentioned this morning you're a little bit nervous. How are the Irish women's side faring and feeling? Because it is a big game. Most people expect Ireland to win, but Thailand have been a good side so far.
Yeah, I think that a couple of losses to Thailand recently might be playing on the Irish minds. It's a huge game because the loser is likely to play Bangladesh in the semi-final, and that's probably seen as the tougher of the 2 semi-finals. Of course, the other semi-final yet to be decided. PNG, Papua New Guinea, that is, and Scotland, both in with a chance of a semi-final slot. So lots still to play for here.
Flighted. Good gloves on Mary Waldron. And the bailed off quickly and gone. Wonderful work behind the sticks by Mary Waldron. Flighted delivery by Emer Richardson. Chatham gone. Just drag that back leg out, you feel. Pushing forward, flighted, went straight on with the arm. Great keeping.
Yeah, she knew that was out, Mary Waldron. She appealed to Sue Redfern at square leg, but she was already running back to celebrate with her bowler, Emer Richardson. And the attacking Chatham has to go for 9.
Well, if anyone should know, it should be Mary Waldron. She is an umpire, of course. Great gloves there by the Irish keeper, and just what Ireland needed. An early breakthrough. The dangerous looking Chatham's gone. Look at this for a lovely bit of bowling. A little bit of away drift. Boom. Yes. Absolutely fantastic work. And a big, big wicket.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying seeing Emer Richardson give it a bit of flight. Spoke to her the other day about her performance, and she wasn't happy with how it had gone. She said she bowled too short, a little bit too flat. So giving it more flight, getting it right up there, giving herself a chance to drag that batsman out. And now we've got Nanapat Koncharenkrai at the crease.
Well, I'd like to see a slip in place here as well for the spinner. There's not a great deal of turn. Might just be one that slides on and takes the outside edge. Delaney preferring to have 5 in the ring on the offside, saving 1.
There's that flatter one they played into leg side. There's that running between the wickets that we've spoken about so often when it comes to Thailand. She doesn't even look to see if the field has picked it up at Sophie McMahon in mid wicket, and Chai White is going for the dive.
Well, a little bit about this. Wow, that's tight. Great work by Mary Waldron. That was a close call.
A second wicket this over would be key for Ireland. Again to that mid wicket fielder, Sophie McMahon, but she's been dragged in to save the single there, and Chai White unable to get off strike.
Well, a little bit for our viewers back home, Isabel, about the Thailand side. Who can we look out for in terms of some power in this batting lineup?
Well, the 2 at the crease right now, and the one that's already gone, are their main batters. Swept well behind square, but Shauna Cavan in good position there. Yep. So Boo Chatham will probably come in next, and of course the saviour of the game the other day, Tipoch, is their captain. She'll come in later on, and if they get in a bit of trouble, she's the one they'll rely on. So another sweep there, and I think that's the way they'll go from now on. Not a lot of pace on the ball from Emer Richardson, so they've decided to go cross bat. She is bowling full, so it's a good option for the tie.
That's been a good comeback from Ireland after the first over went for 9. 1 ball left in the 4th. Tuck leg side. Wants another quick single. Should get home safely. 4 overs bowled. Thailand losing the toss, being inserted. 20 for 1.
So earlier in the over, we had quite a tight call for a stumping to get rid of Natakan Chantam. It was really tight. She's dragged out, but she starts sliding her foot back in straight away. She knows she's in trouble, but the line is out, and I think Sue Redfern has decided that her boot is on the line there, the back part of her foot not touching the ground. So a really tight call. Never easy being an umpire. Who'd choose to do it, Niall?
Well, the batter needed longer spikes, but it's very, very close. It's one of those, when you're keeping wicket, you think, yes, definitely out. And when you're batting, you think, no, I'm in. We've got a change of bowling. Coming on from the pavilion end, we've got Sophie McMahon. Isabel, a little bit about Sophie McMahon, one of the newcomers on this side.
Oh, that's a loose delivery early, but she's got away with that one. Kind of hit the bottom of the bat there, I think, for Chai White. Yeah, Sophie McMahon is an all-rounder, plays for Leinster Cricket Club, and she's been around the traps for a while. Really hard worker. You know, there'd been calls to get her in the team a bit earlier, and she's probably someone who's benefited from the few retirements recently, and she relishes a good bit of challenge. So in her 20s.
Leinster Cricket Club in Dublin, producer of many fine players for the men and women's international sides down the years. Another full ball. Work leg side again. Flirting with danger here. Sophie McMahon. 2 full tosses, both leg side. Got a keeper standing up in Mary Waldron. Got to aim for the keeper's gloves. Aim for just outside the off stump. Hit a good line and length. There will be pressure. There's obviously a bit of pressure on Sophie McMahon there following Kim Garth's opening spell.
Full again, and again, unable to get rid of it. Chai Wai, or sorry, apologies, Nana Pat. She'll be comfortable with the people around her. It's her skipper from club, Laura Delaney, as well as her country, and then mid-on Emer Richardson, also from Leinster Cricket Club. So 2 people who will be used to playing with her.
Well, good start. Just the 1 run. Cut away. In the air. Evades the backward point. It's only going to be a single. Well, it's been an interesting over. It hasn't probably been the good line and length you want, but only 2 runs coming from it. So Sophie McMahon can just settle into her spell. The last over of the power play. It's a 17 over a side fixture, folks. We've had rain this morning and lots of it. It's been bleak, but there is a bit of sun trying to burst through the clouds.
And of course, only 2 more balls of power play for Thailand. It's a 5 over power play. Really good work from Mary Waldron, kind of taking it on the run there. I think she saw it straight away. Yeah, Sophie McMahon, I think, showing the value of pace off the ball. Even though she's bowled a couple of full tosses and a short one, difficult to get away.
Chopped away. Won't be one there. Good work by all in the field. They've been good so far in the field. Plenty of energy, as you would expect in a high-profile fixture like this. Keepers always leading the troops, but they've been good in the field. Ireland throwing themselves around. Plenty of energy. Good throws. Good powerful throws from the deep.
So finishes with a single if Shauna Kavanagh does manage to tidy this up, which she does. And that brings about the end of the 5th. Not very possibly what she would have wanted to bowl Sophie McMahon, but nonetheless only goes for 4. So Thailand are 24 for 1.
Well, that's the end of the power play. 24 for 1, and Ireland would have taken that. Winning the toss, selecting the ball. Might have hoped for an extra wicket or 2, but a run rate under 5 is always fairly good job from the bowling side, the captaincy side. And Ireland, from a batting point of view, Isabel, the line-up with the bat, what kind of score would they be happy to try and chase second innings here in a 17 over fixture?
Anything under 100 I think would be a real win for Ireland. It isn't easy to score runs on this ground, but they do have some really big hitters at the top of the order. In particular, Gabby Lewis hasn't really got going this tournament. She usually has at least one big score in her. Lara Moritz coming on to bowl from the Nursery Road end here. First time we've seen her on stream, because she played the last game and didn't bowl. She has a good bit of pace about her, so she'll have to be on the money here, because we've seen that's kind of the easiest way to score.
Starts well. Good line and length. Nicely punched down the ground. And a good call. Early call. I watched Moritz bowl. Lara Moritz bowl in the warm-ups. And very impressive. Good pace. Good action. I really liked her action. Strong action. Obviously well coached. Good repeatable action. And getting the ball down to the coach at the time, which was a certain Mr. Ed Joyce, who was mitting. It looked very impressive, Lara Moritz.
Commentator's curse there. It's gone down leg side. Really young Lara Moritz, just finished school this summer, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary.
Well, that's not what you want. 5 wides is not what you want. Sprayed leg side. Mary Waldron could not collect, and fortunately that's not a great bit of keeping. It's a difficult ball, yes. You've got to do better. You've got to get your gloves or something behind that. 5 runs is absolutely crucial. Puts the bowler under all sorts of pressure. banged in. Pulled away leg side. Pulled away very well too. That's a wonderful shot. Nanapat! Bang! Beautiful 4 leg side.
Yeah, really way too short there from Lara Moritz, and she's given Nanapat a lot of time to play that shot. Probably given her time to place it as well. There is a fielder out there at square leg, but Shauna Kavanagh unable to come around and cut that one off, and it went wide of the mid-wicket fielder Orla Prendergast as well.
Well, Ireland are under pressure here on the back foot early.
Much better there from Lara Moritz. Still short, but not too short.
Well, 34 for 1. We're in the 6th over. We've seen scoring difficult to come by, hard to come by in this tournament so far. Any score you would think around 85, 95 is going to be a tough chase. Thailand got themselves in a great position early here. Full ball, pulled away leg side. They'll want to. They should get to. In and out quickly. Good running. Good pressure.
Yeah, not the start that Lara Moritz will have wanted. With the keeper up, she wants to bowl full and straight at the stump, so she's gone for the full one again, but it's a full toss. And with Celeste Rack having to come around from fine leg to tidy that one up.
Well, a good partnership. 20 off 15 balls here. As the crowd continue to stream in from the school next door. Full ball again. Can't beat mid-wicket. Decent Yorker, attempted Yorker, but Ireland are on the back foot here. 36 for 1. 7 wides already, and extras crucial. You must keep extras down to a bare minimum. Wides, no balls, especially. Ireland, the much more fancied side. Thailand are going to give them a real run for the money today.
And just played into cover for a single to finish out the over. Good throw in from Gabby Lewis over the top as you wanted, Niall. So 6 gone. Ireland 37 for 1. Sorry, Thailand 37 for 1.
Well, it's wonderful to see Thailand, Papua New Guinea, USA, all these emerging nations competing on such a high level and for such a wonderful prize, the chance to get to Australia, playing in the ICC Women's World Cup against some of the all-time greats. You think of Elise Perry from Australia, Susie Bates from New Zealand, Sarah Taylor from England. Some wonderful cricketers to be there to grace that tournament. And some of these sides, 2 of these sides in this tournament will get the opportunity to compete.
Well, one player they won't get to play against is Mithali Raj, who's just announced her retirement from T20 cricket today. What a wonderful player she is. She's played in a number of T20 World Cups. I think it's 4 and 5 50-over World Cups. So amazing experience that India are losing there as Orla Prendergast comes on from the pavilion end. Short from her, well fielded from Leah Paul in point. It'll just be a single. A rather wild throw back to the bowler. She won't thank Leah for that.
Yeah, the changes are forthcoming fairly rapidly here for Ireland. Lots of bowling changes. Prendergast on from the pavilion end. Yeah, Mithali Raj, a wonderful career. 203 ODIs, 89 T20Is and 10 test matches for the legend. Short again. Cut away. Should find the sweeper. Cleanly picked up in the deep. Yeah, interesting time, I suppose, for the women's game, really. Wonderful to see so many young players coming through the system. T20 cricket, you feel, great opportunity all around the world, and women's cricket in particular seems to be giving youth a chance.
Well, with all the opportunities that are coming up in cricket, it just means that it's a more enticing option for those young players. So they're taking their cricket more seriously. They're giving it a real go. Things like Big Bash contracts. I think New Zealand, they're going full-time. Of course, Ireland getting a number of contracts earlier this year. And yeah, Zimbabwe, teams like Thailand, they're all being paid for their cricket, which is great to see.
Work leg side, nicely played. Clever batting. Very, very clever batting from Thailand. They look good. They look a team full of confidence, enjoying their cricket. 1 wicket to go. Chantham was gone for 9. Stumped by Mary Waldron of Emer Richardson, but Good partnership forming, 25 of 21. And thankfully, folks, the weather seems to be playing ball. Dare I even suggest a bit of blue sky is on the way. Smashed. Wonderful work at cover. Well, it's a great stop. Direct hit, but they're going to get a buzzer. As David Lloyd would say, an overthrow.
Is there anything that a batting team likes more than an overthrow? So Kim Garth there, really nice throw, but I'm not sure it was advised in that instance. Nana Pat back in her ground easily. So Orla Prendergast, well, she got smashed in a good stop. She'll be disappointed to go for a single off that one.
Well, probably the most famous overthrow of all time. World Cup final, Ben Stokes. How can we forget that moment? Top ball to finish. Prendergast. Good over, just a 5 from it. Thailand have progressed well, 42 from 1 of 7 overs, and even my mathematics can work out that's a runner ball. So Thailand in a good position. Izzy Joyce has stepped out. I'm going to have a new guest, Ian Leggett, a local legend. Good morning to you, sir.
Wow, I wouldn't quite say local legend, but it's good to be here, Niall.
I use it in loose terms.
Oh, what a compliment that is to receive here. Well, we got a game in our hands here, 42 for 1. And Thailand showing a bit of that resilience they've shown throughout the competition and their performances against Namibia and the Netherlands. Ireland need to get some wickets fast.
Well, change of bowling. Celeste Rack, who's played a bit of big bash cricket, now plying her trade with Ireland. Leg spinner, and a very good leg spinner at that. Turns the ball, has got some variation, has got a lot of experience. Interested to see if she can get any purchase out of the pitch. There's been a little bit of spin today. There wasn't much yesterday. Wow. Won't spin the ball from there, I'm afraid. That's going to be called a no ball. Square leg umpire is helping her colleague out. Yeah, it's going to be a no ball.
Well, the extras are adding up here. And it was a good power play for Ireland on 24 for 1 after the 5 overs. But the wides count increasing, 7 wides and a no ball. And we got a free hit now. What are Thailand going to do?
Cut away. Back to away to leg. Oh, it's a misfield. The captain, they're going to get through for an extra run. It should have just been a single. Laura Delaney misfielding. They got back for 2.
Well, Chawai and Konkaronke really good running in the middle, being cheered on by their teammates, just sitting on the boundary edge. Every little nudge of the ball, every good shot is being met with jubilation from their side. They're encouraging them here. They know they can get a big score from this point.
Flighted. Good footwork. Really good footwork. Leg spinner, rack bowling slightly slowly, but back, use the depth of the crease nicely, cut it away, and with every run, as you mentioned, every 2, every extra, every misfield, Thailand's confidence just going to grow. 47 for 1, approaching the 50. Wonderful punt. Well, a very warm welcome back. We had a bit of a technical difficulty, but we're back in action. 77 for 6 Thailand. 14.2 of a 17-over contest. Flighted delivery. Emma Richardson, ball well so far today. Taken 2 for 12. And Ireland have clawed it back. Have got Ian Leggett alongside. But Ian, been a good comeback here for Ireland after a disappointing start.
Yeah, they've tightened up in the field and most importantly restricted their extras. Just making comment as we were heading towards the 10th over that the extra count was not going to be a sight that was going to please the coaching staff for the Irish team. But 78 for 6 here.
Well, tossed up, nicely played. Smashed down the ground, but just yielding a single. And at this stage of the innings, Thailand need boundaries. 79 for 6. It looked like at one stage a score in excess of 100 was potentially on the cards, but Ireland have clawed it back, and now with just 14 balls remaining, something in the region of 90, 95 Ireland will be fairly happy with. Winning the toss, of course, Ireland bowling, gloomy conditions, but there is a hint of a bit of sunshine coming through, which Ireland will hope for in the second innings.
Well, that's pushed nicely, and they're just going to sneak a single here, and that's what they've been doing all game. Thailand not afraid to run the singles. That's 80 for 6 now. Like you said, they were looking at a score of possibly over 100. Now Ireland currently hold the title for the highest total in the competition. It's been a very rain-affected tournament so far up north in Scotland, and here in Forfarshire and just in Broughty Ferry and also up in Arbroath. They have scored 120, so they are capable of possibly putting on a good chase here if a score of 90 plus is on the scoreboard.
Projected score 91 at the current rate. Flighted full toss down leg side, and unfortunately for Tipoch can't connect. End of the 15th over, 80 for 6, and as you mentioned, Ireland have a good batting lineup, but this is a crunch game. Thailand currently top of the group. Ireland looking to take 2 points here this afternoon, get a top spot, which should, and I say should, get you an easier semi-final. And that's the Thailand squad there. Just watching on, they've been very vocal. Kim Garth had a slightly disappointing performance so far today. Ireland's go-to bowler. Here are the bowling figures. Laura Delaney just the one over. Kim Garth clawed it back nicely after a
Not letting the batter have any action. Mary Waldron, like you said, just very composed behind the stumps there. Just being really vocal behind the stumps.
Well, this is fantastic. This really is fantastic, and Thailand really need to think of plan B. Batter trying to hit everything leg side, and Kim Garth knows that. She's got protection on the leg side boundary. Got deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and a long on. Thailand need to think of a different option. Maybe try and go over the offside. Everybody in the ring on the offside bar at deep cover. This is sensational bowling. Second last over of the innings, of course. Slashed away in the air, should be taken, dropped. Should have been taken. Missed opportunity at backward point. It's a great over all the same. Second last over. Kim Garth's work is done. Wonderful. 1 for 16 from her 4. Didn't start so well, but finished brilliantly. And Ireland 82 for 6 here. Thailand. As Izzy Joyce joins me. Izzy, missed opportunity.
Yeah, those ones are always tough going over the head at point. Difficult to tell how far they're going to go. Sort of a leading edge. That was an unbelievable over from Kim Garth. As you said, not her usual stuff up top. Went a few loose deliveries, but that was a fantastic over to finish her 4. She's gone 1 for 16. So really good comeback from her. Thailand 82 for 6. And 2 wickets from Leah Paul. And that time that we were away has really changed the complexion of this encounter.
Yeah, you were saying off air. Talk us through Leah Paul and her career and a career change almost.
Yeah, another player who's come in the last year. She used to bowl slow left arm in swing. And Coach Joyce said, well, I really want a left arm spinner. So give it a go, Leah. I think that was 2 to 3 weeks ago. She's doing fantastic work so far.
Well, that's wonderful, not just by the bowler herself, but the coach to see the foresight. Right, we need a left arm spinner. The captain back in to bowl the Last over, never easy. And the captain taking responsibility. Well, I'm really impressed with that. Coach, and difficult position for you to be in, obviously being a sibling, but Ed Joyce, obviously a wonderful player, but youthful in his coaching career, to have that foresight to say we need a left arm spinner. We've got a leggy, we've got it off, we've got pace. Can you change? Can you adapt?
Yeah, and Leah Paul is just one of those people who'll do whatever you ask her to. She's a fantastic person to have around the team, real addition to the squad. She's the kind of person who'll just bring you out of a bad mood, make you giggle a little bit if things aren't going right.
Smashed leg side. That's a wonderful stroke. One bounce into the pickets, just what Thailand needed. It was length from Delaney. It was smashed leg side, and it got what it deserved.
Yeah, sort of Prendergast out there on that boundary, and she was in off the boundary as this is struck really firmly by Ratanaporn. As you can see, Orla Prendergast running backwards. She's in off the boundary to try and save the two, but at this point in the game, it's really the boundary you need to worry about. So I wouldn't be surprised if they push her right back onto the rope.
Wonderful shot though. Leg side. Placement was good. Laura Delaney going for a boundary. Big forward deliveries left here. Last over, 17 over fixture of course because of the rain this morning. Leg side field, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square. 45 inside the ring. Goes again, inside edge onto the pad. It'll just be a single. Trickles away to third man region. Have you been impressed with Ireland's performance so far, Isabel?
I think it's been a little bit up and down. There have been really some impressive bowling figures, some misfields and some really good catches. Lara Moritz taking a very impressive catch. So just 3 balls left for Tipoch to hit for as many runs as she can. One big over is huge in this in the context of these games. Well bowled full, but lifted over Laura Delaney's head. Well, it's plugged a little bit, and Orla Prendergast picks up and throws really well, and she won't make it. She's not even in the frame there, Ratanaporn.
Well, brilliant hands by Laura Delaney, because it wasn't a great throw, truth be told. It was a firm throw. It was on the half volley. The bowler had the presence of mind to get back to the stumps and picked up a pretty difficult throw on the half volley, whipped the bails off. Good bit of work by the captain. Batter's got to go. Run out. That's the thing that kind of happens at the last over of a game. You put the team before your own performance. Good work by Laura Delaney. Another good wicket for Ireland. Let's have a look at this. It was a good stroke. Chipped down the ground. It was only ever 1.5, you felt, Isabel.
Yeah, plugged there nicely for Orla Prendergast coming around from mid-off. She's picked up well and returned, but Laura Delaney doing a lot of the work. She wasn't sure if she should even take the bails, I think. She didn't know how far the batter was away. Down the ground, clipped into the leg side. Kim Garth racing in to prevent it too. I don't think she'll be able to prevent it. That's really well run by the skipper.
Well, we're into dangerous territory now for Ireland. Anything over 90 you would think is going to be a difficult chase. We should be in for a wonderful game of cricket here. Can Thailand finish well? We've got 1 ball left of the innings. The rain this morning obviously meaning the 20 over fixture went down to 17 overs, so anything over 90 you think is going to be a good score. 1 ball left. Is there a maximum in the locker? Down the ground. Squirted leg side. Should just be the one. Is one. Well, the halfway point. Thailand have finished with a pretty decent score. 92 for 7 off their 17 overs. Ireland have fought back well through some pretty good bowling in the middle of the innings, but I think Thailand will be the happier of the two. Runs on the board, crunch fixture, sitting top of the group. Everyone here expecting Ireland to win. But Thailand may have other ideas. 92 for 7. Ireland would need 93 to win. Isabel Joyce, your thoughts?
Well, I'd say that's about par. And runs on the board in a big fixture, as we know from finals, is massive. So Thailand will be happy, but Ireland will feel like they can chase it. They do have some good hitters, but Thailand absolutely electric in the field. So it's their better of the two suits. They'll be happy to be in the field when it counts. But and Ireland looking a little bit dejected coming off. They're probably a little bit disappointed with their extras count for one. A few missed fields that have cost them. You'd say they've given Thailand 10 to 20 runs there that they didn't have to work for.
Okay, so 92 for 7, Thailand reaching after 17 overs. We've had a little highlights package to bring you from that first innings. Ireland obviously winning the toss, remember, from the gloomy skies and electing to bowl. Let's see how the bowlers fared. And have a look at some of the highlights. Oh, this was the first wicket. Good stumping. Quick hands by Mary Waldron. Batter just dragging her foot out. It was very, very close. It was wonderful work by Mary Waldron. As always, it must be said.
Really well played for a four here on the leg side. Pulled strongly forward a square. Never something you want to see as a fast bowler, the ball going that straight.
Well, Emma Richardson, this was the LB, fairly adjacent, pleading, please give me the wicket, please get the finger up umpire, and she did. Really good wicket for Emma Richardson, very handy.
Leopold was so important in the Irish innings. A really sharp catch. You can't see how quickly that went back at her, but those are always difficult to take. And a double leading edge. That one's moved a little bit off the surface, and a well taken catch from the skipper at mid-off.
We've got some wonderful footage here from our cameraman, doing a great job. So good catching by Ireland in the field. Put a couple down, mind you, but that was a good catch by the captain at mid-off. Was well positioned inside the ring on the offside.
Yeah, and probably the catch of the day came next. Lara Moritz had a bit of a mixed day in the field. She went one through her legs, but this is a catch she won't forget. Well struck. We thought that one was going to race away, but she's moved well to her right, and she won't mind the dirty knees there, Lara Moritz. Yeah,
that was a superb catch. Superb catch, that one at mid-on. Moving around to her right. 2 hands on it. Kim Garth bowled a superb last over. Disappointing first over. Could have had a wicket maiden in the last over. This was put down at backward point. Fingertips at backward point. Never easy. The ball running away from the fielder. And Laura Delaney bowled the last over. This was clobbered. Absolutely smoked leg side into the deep mid-wicket region for a much needed boundary, just to give Thailand a little bit of impetus going into the second innings, but Laura Delaney did nicely. This was the last wicket, the run out. Good bit of work here by Laura Delaney, the captain, getting back to the bowling end stumps, picking up on the half volley, bails off, miles out. All in all, a good job, you would think, by Thailand. A good score, 92 for 7 on a tournament that's been difficult for run scoring. This is the story of the innings. Niramol got 24, nicely played off 32 balls. Nana Pat, my favourite, 16 off 20. Ireland were excellent with the ball. Paul 3 for 10. Richardson 2 for 15. Kim Garth 1 for 16. 92 for 7. Ireland going to need 93 to win this huge fixture at the ICC Women's T20 World Cup qualifier. We'll take a short break and we'll be back for the second innings.
Please welcome the Irish batters, who need 94 to win, and the fielding team from Thailand.
Very warm welcome back to our viewers all around the world. Game 9 of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup Qualifiers 2019. A big prize at stake. Place on the plane to Australia to play with some of the greats. Ireland chasing Thailand's score. They're going to need to bat well here, Isabel Joyce. 93 to win. A good score, you think, from Thailand with the bat. Tell us a little bit about this fast bowler for Thailand to open up.
Well, Chanita Suthiruang gets a lot of swing into the batter, which doesn't suit Gabby Lewis, unfortunately. A little bit of a flaw of hers is in swing, so she'll have to be careful to play nice and straight early on.
Well, straight away, you've earned your corn there, because straight away a little bit of in-duck. Interesting field, though, in-swinger with a slip in place. Interesting to see. Good to see the captaincy from Thailand aggressive. They want wickets here. They know Ireland are top heavy with the bat. Some good players up top, and if they could take a couple of early wickets here, Thailand, they'll be right in the game and on top. You think this game is evenly poised. Pressure situation. Huge 2 points at stake for both sides.
She does have the one that just stays on, so that's what the slip is in there for.
Leg side. Leg side. Full toss. Gabby Lewis misses out. You mentioned she's had a bit of a slow start to the tournament, but in T20 cricket you're never far away from a big score. You're only 2 boundaries away, 2 good strokes away from feeling back in form. So T20 cricket can go like that, especially top of the order. Your job is to go out there and get quick runs, and you can lose your wicket early. You've got to stay focused, stay positive, and just watch that ball as hard as you can.
Little shuffle there, tries to whack that one, Gabby Lewis, but it wasn't there to hit. Really well bowled from Chanita.
Well, we've been commentating for a while now together. You know I love a slip, but I actually think for this bowler here, Chanita, I would like to slip out, catch him mid-wicket, maybe mid-on, just dropping back to the edge of the ring, because there is a little bit of in-duck. I just wonder with Gabby Lewis maybe just falling over offside, might chip a ball in the air, might be a catching position at mid-wicket.
And that's the shot you're talking about there, Niall. You've earned your coin this time. Just off the inside edge for Gabby Lewis, and if there had been a fielder there, she comes out now into square leg. They've decided it's swinging enough that they'll put an extra fielder on the leg side, which I think is a good call. Janita did take 3 wickets in the last game, but she didn't bowl her best. She bowled a bit short outside off and a few full tosses, but when she bowled well, they were really good.
Well, pressure early on Gabby Lewis, 0 from 4 balls. Well bowled. Tuck leg side, off the mark. Always a lovely feeling. Get off that dreaded duck. Tuck leg side, but yeah, good start here from Janita. Nice action. Enough pace. It's not fast by any means, but it's got enough pace on the ball. Orla Prendergast saw the ball earlier on. Let's see what she can do with the bat. A little bit about her, Isabel, her batting repertoire.
She's a tall girl, so likes to get out to the pitch of the ball and hit over the top. Doesn't mind going aerial, and she'll try and hit straight down the ground.
Leg side. Good swing. Really good over. Top over, yeah, high fives, why not? That's a great start. I think we've got an absolutely cracking game on our hands here, folks. Thailand were brilliant with the bat. A really good score. They played well. They used their brains well when they batted Thailand. They put the bad ball away. They ran well between the wickets. I think Ireland were a little bit off the pace early on with the ball and in the field. It's going to be a tough chase. This is not going to be an easy chase for Ireland. I think we've got a cracking game. It's a good crowd. The school children are in. There's a good crowd. A smattering of Irish over from Dublin for the day. And opening the bowling from the pavilion end. Nataya Buchacham.
Yeah, despite what it says on your screen, she's right arm spinner, and she bowls really, really tightly to the stumps. She just varies her pace, doesn't turn it a huge amount. She'll generally have one slightly slower and bowl a good few darts. It goes a really good length, very difficult to sweep.
Well, it threw us all off scent a bit, that one, didn't it? Swept it away. That's a good shot. Clever batting. First boundary of the Ireland innings. Wonderful, wonderful stroke. Good execution.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of form Gabby Lewis is in, she's always on the attack. Really backs herself. I love that about her. She's so confident, and as you said, she's always so close to a big score. Did it at the World Cup last year, where she had a lean run of form until the final game, when she had a really good innings of over 50 against New Zealand.
Well, you can't let a couple of low scores get you down in the T20 game. You just got to keep cracking on. You've got to back your ability. Self-belief is massive, especially in the shortest format, where you can go through lean patches. Good start here for Gabby Lewis. That's a nice ball. Little bit of turn. Gone! That's huge. Huge, huge moment. Really well bowled by Natalia. Little bit of turn. Through bat and pad, and the umpire took an age but said yes, it was in front, you're gone.
Well, you can see what it means to Thailand, that wicket. They know how dangerous Gabby Lewis is, and she'll be disappointed with that shot. Just looking tentative, possibly those low scores in the previous games coming into her mind, and she just didn't quite get forward. In two minds there, Gabby Lewis. You can kind of see it's only a half step. She doesn't get her weight over the front foot, just pushes at it, all her weight on the back foot, and she's in all sorts of trouble. You can't blame Sue Redfern for raising the finger.
Yeah, big wicket. And Sue Redfern, you think, got it right there. Looked a good decision. And what I liked about the umpire there, Sue Redfern, took a long time. Took her time, thought about it, and said yes. It didn't turn too much. Hit you in line. Look at this. That's a wonderful ball. Flight and guile. A little bit of loop through bat and pad, and you're right. Tentative from the batsman. Not looking to attack, just looking to just prod it. Big wicket. Wow, this is unbelievable. You can feel the tension in the air. This is a huge game of cricket for both sides. Thailand have been the surprise package for the last 3 or 4 days. Been very impressive. Excellent with the bat. Good energies in the field. Skillful with the ball. They've got Ireland on the ropes here early.
Came Garth, the new batter at the crease. Shorter, guided to third man, and that's well run. Yeah, I had a really good hockey coach when I was younger called Mick McKinnon, and he used to say it all comes down to who panics slower, which team can panic more slowly. So can Thailand hold their nerve for longer than Ireland? And if they can, then they'll be the ones that get over the line most likely today.
You're sounding like a sports psychologist there, Isabel, but I remember Mick McKinnon well. I used to watch him put you through your paces on the hockey pitch down at Railway Union. Wonderful coach. Had a great time with Railway in his tenure as coach. Won a lot of games. But this is a different kettle of fish. Huge prize at stake. Tossed up again. Finds the fielder. That's short cover. Good positioning. Good energy about Thailand, you must say. Very confident looking. Slip in place. Captain on the front foot. Ireland slightly on the back foot, you would think.
So a lot of pressure on the young Orla Prendergast. Fuller, well played. Wide of that mid-on fielder. Strange looking field. Kind of a short mid-on. A wide long on and a mid-wicket as we come to the end of the second over. And Ireland are 7 for 1.
Seven for 1. Well, this is the Ireland support staff, and they look nervy. They look nervy. Heads and hands, biting fingernails, crossed arms. That is not the sign of a confident camp, you must say. Thailand, very confident. And with every wicket and every dot ball, the support that's fairly neutral, you would think, with the school next door coming to watch, just might grow a little bit more in Thailand's favour. Prendergast batting outside a crease. Trying to get to the pitch of the ball. Chanita's going to continue. Smashed away. Should be a single. Sweeps around. Good fielding. Really good work.
Yeah, Orla Prendergast isn't afraid to take on the field. She knows how quick she is between the wickets, and even though Thailand are brilliant in the field, she'll be confident of her ability to get in.
Well, Kim Garth opens the bowling. Bats number 3. Ireland's, I suppose, main player. Has been for a number of years. Comes from a good cricketing stock. Father was a wonderful cricketer for YMCA back in the day. A very strong YM side who won many trophies in Irish domestic cricket. Batting a long way outside a crease again. Got a slip in place. Thailand are on the attack.
Full toss, and she's hit that one well. Kim Garth just eased it to the leg side boundary, and an unusual technique of using the foot there from Ratanaporn, but it's effective, and they keep Kim just a 2 on that one. A good result for Thailand, you'd have to say. I have to mention Kim Garth's mother, also a fantastic cricketer, played for Ireland a number of times, and so plenty of advice there, no doubt, from both parents.
Yeah, wonderful cricketing stock, but as I know myself, sometimes you don't listen to the ones that are closest to you. My old man was a ex-Irish captain, but I should have listened more to Ginger. But anyway, there we go. Kim Garth, 3 from 3, bowl well today. Ireland 10 for 1. Chasing 93. 93 looks a long way off at the moment. Gabby Lewis has gone. LBW for 5. Nicely played. Nicely worked. Sometimes the batter comes out and just plays a couple of strokes. They might only be for a couple of singles or a clip for 2, but they look a class above. Kim Garth has walked out, stroked the ball nicely, got her innings up and running. T20 cricket, you like to go out and be proactive. Get a couple of runs on the board early, tick along nicely, get yourself involved in the game. Never nice when you go in and you're behind the 8 ball with the bat. The pressure builds up inside you.
Yeah, 5 over power play, and sometimes people can get caught up in making sure that they get on top in the power play, but in these conditions it's more about those singles, as you mentioned. And that's straight through the defences of Orla Prendergast. She's gone for the big shot, and it wasn't to be this time. And Chanita strikes again. She's been fantastic this tournament. Orla Prendergast goes for 2.
Well, it's full, it's straight. A little bit of in-swing by Chanita. It's a poor shot, it must be said. Prendergast going across the line. She knows the ball's coming back in. Got to hold your bat straight, play straight. Orla Prendergast didn't do that. Clean bowled for 2 or 5 balls, and Ireland in deep, deep trouble.
Yeah, a bit of in-swing again. She's just played all around that one, Orla Prendergast. Chanita Sujarang, you got to be wary of her. She's the leading wicket taker in the tournament so far. 7 from just 2 games previous today, so that brings her to 8. And she'll be eyeing up another player of the match performance, 2 so far for her already.
Well, the new batter has got a wealth of experience as well. Mary Waldron, Ireland's wicketkeeper. Has been in this side for a very, very long time. We mentioned earlier her career starting out as an umpire. She's been playing the international game for a long time. Played cricket in Australia for a couple of seasons over in beautiful Hobart. It's a wonderful place that. You've played a bit of cricket over there, haven't you? It's a fantastic place, Australia, to play cricket.
Yeah, I'd say probably one of the best. Mary, 1 season in Hobart and a number of seasons in Adelaide. She's going back this winter as she counts the fielders. A slightly annoying habit when you're bowling to her, but gets her in the mindset.
I never used to understand that, counting the fielders. Always the same amount of fielders.
Bit shorter single straight away for Mary Waldron. She'll scamper through. Yeah, I have no idea what it's about, but I think it's about knowing where they are. So she points exactly where they are. I'd rather see people point at the gaps myself, because the brain works in a funny way. So you point at the fielders, you tend to pick them out.
You must have had your Weetabix this morning. You're very on the ball today, aren't you? Very sports psychology led this morning, Isabel Joyce. Wonderful to see.
I'll have to go back to the Irish sports psychologist Anne-Marie. She'll be happy to hear you say that.
Well played. Nicely tucked for a single. Well, you may have had your Weetabix. You didn't have your eggs because you're waiting all morning, but Ireland 13 for 2 after 3 overs, chasing 93.
So Kim Garth, absolutely crucial to this run chase now. Gabby Lewis is the kind of player that can take a game away from you. So if she could have stayed in for 6 to 10 overs, it would have been job done for Ireland, you feel. But these two will work the ball around a bit more. They've played a lot together. At the start of both of their careers, they're a bit down the order, both moving up now and doing a good job so far. Kim Garth top scoring for Ireland in their victory against Netherlands on Sunday.
At which stage will Ireland start to think, right, we need to get a move on? The run rate's still below a run of ball, so once it's at a run of ball, you're fairly happy. At which stage do you think, right, we need to up the ante, we need to take a few more risks? 6.5, 7 per over?
Well worked away by Kim Garth. They'll try and come back for a 2 here at least. Ratanaporn on the chase. And Ireland not really pushing her there. Just happy to canter through for the second. So a good start for Kim to the over. Every single run will ease their nerves. Nataya Buchatham will try and straighten up her line a bit more now. She's not really got the setup. 1 for 8 so far for her. And her economy a little bit expensive for this game. Same shot. Mary Waldron wants a single, but Kim Garth sends her back, and she makes it home, much to the relief of the Irish camp, no doubt.
Well, this is the first of a double-header today, folks. Got another game coming up at 2 o'clock local time. They're all big games now. Ireland chasing 93, 78 from 82. Every dot ball crucial for Thailand. Work leg side. Good call. Well run through. Normally 2 batters with a good understanding. You would think Mary Waldron and Kim Garth. Call through early and normally make your ground. It's when you get a little bit of indecision when hopefully a run out comes. Games are coming thick and fast here at the ICC Women's T20 World Cup qualifiers. A wonderful Dundee, Forfarshire Cricket Club. Great hosts. Cricket Scotland putting on a wonderful show. And our cameramen, I must mention our cameramen. We've got some wonderful men. Ewan Williamson, Stephen Wilcox, Alan Hill, and the great Cammy Campbell doing a fantastic job bringing you some wonderful sights and sounds.
Work leg side. That one's gone straight to the fielder that Mary Waldron no doubt pointed at before that delivery. So Ratanaporn in the game. Must be a bit more turn today than she got on Sunday. Buchatham.
Mary Waldron, keeper, normally like the sweep and reverse sweep.
You've called it. That's well struck from Mary Waldron, a favourite shot of hers. She's excellent at it, and it's been really successful on that occasion. Races away to the boundary. Good hockey player, Mary Waldron, as well, of course, and also represented Ireland in soccer. Here she goes on one knee. It's actually, she's made it into a full toss and beaten that fielder at backwards square leg. So yeah, an international striker, Mary in her day, still showing her skills in the warm-up. For one of the probably the worst football games you're likely to see, Niall, but Mary the star on show in those.
Well, that was a good shot. It's amazing when a wicketkeeper walks to the crease, almost straight away the sweep shot comes out. Flighted. Shouldn't be a single there. Misfield will allow Mary Waldron through. Good pressure by the Ireland batters. They put the fielders under pressure. 4 overs bowled, 21 for 2, a target of 93, so still well within their grasp. Current run rate is 5.25. They need 5.54. Shouldn't be raising too many alarm bells at the moment, but a big game, extra pressure to win the group, to avoid, you would think, playing Bangladesh, who are the trump card in this tournament as well, Joyce.
Yeah, well, Bangladesh currently on 4 points, Scotland and PNG and Scotland and PNG on 2 points each as well. So huge games coming up after this. Scotland having to beat Bangladesh, give themselves a chance of qualifying for the semi-finals. PNG, of course, taking on USA in the other game in that group. And if they win, then Scotland must beat Bangladesh to have a chance. Short from Chinita, tennis ball bounce, and Mary Waldron just watches that one go through to her counterpart behind the stumps.
Well, interesting tactic here by the skipper. Chinita's already bowled 2. Giving her a third over here. I know she's the trump card, but you need overs at the back end of the innings as well. You may need overs in the middle to try and get a breakthrough. Almost going for broke here. They know the importance of this partnership. Kim Garth and Mary Waldron, 2 key players. The captain rolling the dice here for Thailand, saying, give me one more, Chinita. Give me one more wicket. Will it pay dividends?
Well, plenty of bowling to come for Thailand. Lots of spin. Short again. Oh, that's not the best shot from Mary Waldron. She'll be disappointed to miss out there. Lots of space on the offside if she could get it through the ring. I've got a bit of a trump card in Suli Pornleomi. Thailand really, really small. She's there at backward point. Bowls good leg spin. And she got a beautiful wicket in the last game, drawing the batter out and getting a stumping.
It's a good tournament to be a keeper. Yeah, plenty of stumpings by the look of it. Nick past the keeper. Oh, that's a good shot. I think that's a good stroke. Mary Waldron, good work in the deep. Should be back for 2. I'm going to give the batter the benefit of doubt there. I think that was just run off the edge nicely.
Well, she didn't play through the shot, so I think you're right, Niall. She's just edged that past the keeper. It's a vacant slip area. They did have a slip in for her first 2 overs, Chinita, but they've taken her out. And you'd say it was probably the wrong over to take her out because there's little swing left. She's bowling shorter and outside off stump, so if there was a time to have that slip in, it's now. The Ireland
batters batting outside the crease to the medium pace Chinita. Good ball, full straight, a little bit of drift in. I just wonder, was that on the advice of head coach Ed Joyce, may bat outside the crease, negate a bit of the swing, potentially take the LB out of the equation. Interesting ploy.
Well, she was given out LBW in the last game, of course, against the Netherlands. She wasn't too happy on that occasion. She thought she was very far down, but yeah, you might be right. That extra bit of distance away from the stumps. Well played, and a rare misfield again from the Thai fielder. That's Buchatham. He's been bowling at the pavilion end the previous 2 overs. There's nothing worse for a bowler, is there, than when your fielders don't back you up, especially when you're used to them doing the job for you.
Yeah, it's disappointing. Misfields, T20 cricket is a game of small margins. A couple of misfields here or a no ball there can really turn the game in the space of 2, 3, 4 balls. You've got to be on the money for, well, the old 17 overs today. Reduced game because of the rain. Well bowled! Absolutely fantastic ball by Chinita. The in-ducker again. Kim Garth just looking to just push it away through the offside. Misses it completely. Ireland have lost a third, and probably the biggest.
Oh, that's a sucker punch for Ireland. Their top order in tatters have now lost their number 3 batter, their key batter for the tournament so far, Kim Garth. And she's very disappointed with herself there. She's got to go for 8.
Huge wicket. And I must say, captaincy, well done to the skipper. Chinita had a third over. We wondered whether it was the right thing to do. She's paid the captain dividends. Absolutely fantastic ball. In swing again. Beats the defences of Kim Garth. Again, a little bit tentative, Isabel Joyce. We saw Gabby Lewis a little bit tentative getting out LB, and that was similar again. A bit of a nothing stroke. Thailand absolutely all over Ireland here. 25 for 3.
Yeah, it just moved in late, didn't it? Perfect length. Kim Garth did try to keep it out. She dug her bat in, but it's just gone so late that it's clipped off stump. A little bit unlucky there, Kim Garth. It's only just taken the outside of that stump, but it does bring the skipper to the crease, and what a job she's got to do. She's there with her keeper, Mary Waldron, and Laura Delaney, you'd have to say, has got it all to do.
Well, come at the hour, come at the captain. Job to do, need a big score. Need a match-winning performance here, because Ireland are on the back foot massively. Cut away. Well fielded, excellent work. Brilliant from Thailand. Absolutely superb so far. That was a great over by Chinita, picking up an absolute massive wicket of Kim Garth, Ireland's main threat with the bat. 25 for 3. Isabel Joyce, how do Ireland regroup here? Because it's all well and good pushing 1s and 2s. That run rate's going to climb. 68 required from 72 already. Getting near 6 and over. And 3 big wickets back in the hutch.
Well, I think these two just have to set about their work. They've got to really dig in as skipper Sorner and Tipoch comes on. Bowls a little bit slower than the other spinner, so an opportunity to take her on, possibly hit over the top. And all it takes is one big over to get back in the ascendancy here. Just consequently, the other way, if it's a tight over here, then Ireland will be in the back foot. Both batters that were at the crease were going at run a ball, so the runs aren't the issue, it's the wickets, and you rarely win a game of T20 cricket if you lose 3 wickets in the power play.
Yep. Tipoch is going to have a ball here from the pavilion end, off spin. Mary Walden will look to, you would think, get the sweep shot out. Maybe a reverse sweep. There's a point, an extra cover, a cover, and a mid-off inside the ring. Catching mid-wicket, 45. Long on deep square and deep mid-wicket. Patrolling leg side boundary.
Yeah, there's definitely no single there. She's an absolute rocket arm there at backward point, Suli Pornleami. She had a wonderful run out in the last game against Namibia. And Ireland will know that she's one of the best fielders in world cricket.
Tucked away. Well, let's see this throw. Let's see this throw. Bullet. Absolute rocket. Wonderful. The fielding standard has been excellent all tournament, it must be said. Conditions not easy for fielding. Greasy ball, wet outfield. On-off nature. This is the field. Got a 45 in place. A catch mid-wicket, which I like. Mid-off in the ring. Offside up. So there's a chance to go through or over the offside if you wish. Plenty of protection leg side boundary. Long on. Deep mid-wicket. Deep square leg. Flighted again. Well, a majestic forward defence. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, much better looking forward defence from Laura Delaney. She came forward. She does like to come down the wicket, so I thought she might dance down for a ball. But don't be surprised to see her come down and try and hit it over the top.
Well, I've got some rather bad news if you're watching back in Ireland, because the rain is falling here and the clouds are very dark overhead. Ireland behind on the Duckworth Lewis. So at the moment, if the rain is to fall, it's only spitting at the moment, it must be said. But Ireland behind DLS here. Run rate's up to 6 and over. Nicely played. Brilliant fielding. Fantastic. Absolutely wonderful fielding by Chantam. Absolutely brilliant there. Swooping to her left. Clean pickup. Underarm direct hit.
Yeah, no chance of a single there. I really like this fielding position in mid-wicket from Chantam. She's kind of deep and straight, so it means it's difficult to hit it to long on. Slower work to the leg side from Laura Delaney. She wants to. She's called too early, but I don't think they'll make it back. Good fielding in the deep.
Well, do Ireland have a trump card they can maybe throw in to try and get some lusty blows? With this rain, maybe DLS coming, getting behind the rate. Have they got someone they could promote up the order, say, go out and hit us a couple of 4s or 6s to try and get us ahead of the DRS?
They do indeed. And I'm going to say it's Lara Moritz. She'll bat way down the order, but she gives the ball a good whack, and she's hit it over the boundary a couple of times for Ireland, coming in late, giving us some impetus in the past. That's the story at the moment. The batting card not looking too healthy for Ireland.
Well, that's the story. It reads grim reading for Ireland. 27 for 3. Sinead has been the star. How many times have we said that for Thailand? Wonderful exponent with the new ball. We wondered whether 3 overs was 1 over too many. It proved a great masterstroke really by the captain. Isabel Joyce has stepped out, joined again by Ian Legg. And Isabel's favourite bowlers in leg spinner.
Well, calling to Izzy. She can have a bit of turn on the ball, and they're going to need that here. 27 for 3. Ireland all to play for here. Like you said, need a big captain's knock here from Laura Delaney, and Mary Waldron needs to produce one of those performances that she produced early on in the tournament. We're just looking at the Duckworth-Lewis rate as well, and they're about 6 runs behind. It was 33 was the target at the start of the over. Let's just cut away.
Yeah, well, the run rate's over 6. And that's 6 and over can go to 7, and all of a sudden you're staring down a barrel at 8 and over, which will prove very, very difficult. It's just spitting at the moment. Threatening though. A lot of grey sky all around this ground. There's grey skies over the Irish women's cricket team at the moment, because a loss here will potentially meaning playing Bangladesh in a semi-final, which is not what you want to try and qualify for World Cup.
Absolutely not. Came in as pre-tournament favourites, ranked number 9 in the world. That's a little.
Have a look at this side on. Laura Delaney on the charge. Came down the wicket too early. Gave the game away. Went too far leg side. Bails off in a flash.
That was a risky decision. Maybe a bit of urgency, seeing the scoreboard, thinking the rain's coming down and want to add a little more runs just to maybe get ahead of that Duckworth-Lewis rate. All the players will be aware of it. Sully Pawn, now the new bowler.
Worth remembering, Ireland winning the toss. A really good toss to win. Ireland, they said, we'll have a bowl first. We want to bowl well. We want to restrict Thailand to a low score and chase an easy target. Well, that's not going to plan. Short ball.
Oh, it
leg
has
side.
struck the pad.
Short ball down leg side. Should have been put away. Leopold, new to the crease, was good with the ball. She's going to have to be good with the bat today. Short ball missed out. Rain just threatening again. Well, this is worrying times for an Irish women's cricketer.
Oh, that's just pushed straight into the hands of Sully Pawn at the end of the over there. And, well, Thailand well on top here. 29 for 4 after 7 overs here. They know the challenge and they know what's at stake here. We've been discussing it all game as the rain's just coming down a little harder, but nothing to the concern of the umpires apparently. Yes, all to play for. Position at
And you think at some stage Ireland need to go for this. They need to take a bit of a risk, take a chance and get up near that Duckworth-Lewis. Because at the moment, wickets falling, they're falling further and further adrift.
Yeah, and obviously as well, limited overs as well. From 20 now 17. If you're just tuning in, there was a rain delay, about an hour and a bit delay. The rain once again just kind of having an effect on this tournament. 17 overs and a revised target. As you see, 93 the target here.
Leg side. It's going to be a wide. Well, Ireland are playing like a team short in confidence, truth be told. They look bereft of confidence in the field and with the ball. They were good, but they weren't as good as many people have seen them before. Leopold, very low grip. Will favour leg side, you would think, with that low grip. Yes, looks to go leg side. Left-handers love a slog sweep. Often when you see a batter hold the bat so low and that bottom hand comes into play, they favour that sweep and slog sweep.
Well, they're trying the big shots. Maybe they're hearing us in the commentary box. They're going to have to go for it soon enough. 31 for 4. Here's another player that's impressed. She dives on the ground there. That's Tipoch, that's the captain, and she's been fantastic throughout the tournament. Really resilient batting performance. When that tricky situation, they slipped to 37 for 6 against Namibia, and it was a real shock. And it looked like there could have been a massive upset on the cards at the qualifiers, but a real captain's knock to push them over into the 90s. But also a very handy bowler, as we're seeing here. Makes it difficult for the batter.
Flighted down the wicket, pushed for a single, but no real connection. It's proving very, very difficult. 61 required, and a run rate of 6.54. And as we mentioned, Ian, that goes to 7 quickly, and before you know, you look up, you need 8.5 and over, and the game's gone. And
all of a sudden, you see the rain, as we are right in front of us, just starting to come down a little heavier. We've been playing weatherman all day here. Looking at the clouds, everyone's had their apps out, trying to judge the forecast. And yeah, it's all to play for here, and like we said, the winner of this is going to top the table, get the top spot, and be playing the second place team in Group A, which could either be, at the moment, we think, Papua New Guinea or Bangladesh, but presumably Bangladesh.
Well, net run rate doesn't come into it because Netherlands and Namibia have no points, so Ireland need to go for this. If they get bowled out for 50, it doesn't matter. They need to get these 2 points. There's no point pushing and prodding and getting 70 and losing by 20-odd runs. The time is now for Ireland. That's a good shot. They need to put the foot down, show some urgency.
Well, we've been chatting about the energy in this Thailand team they have on the field. I found out, 2 days ago on my trip to Arbroath, I was being informed by a journalist who had been working on a piece about the Thailand team. That apparently they actually don't train in the nets. They limit their net sessions, and it's all to do with scenario-based playing. They're always out in the field, and that's how they develop their team. And what a fantastic development. They have that unbelievable 17-match winning streak in a row. Broke the record, came to an end at that quadrangular series.
Well, it's playing dividends, it must be said, because they've played an absolutely perfect game so far today. They pushed the ball around nicely with the bat, put the bad ball away. And the bowling plans have been excellent. Short ball, misses out. That's got to go. Got to put that bad ball away when you get a chance. That's an interesting tactic, though. I really like that. And credit to the coaching staff and the management for coming up with a fairly novel idea, it must be said. Easy to put your team in the nets, go and have a net, but scenario-based training, very good.
Goes for the big sweep there, and there is a fielder out, just playing the running. A sweeping roll there and collected really nicely once again. Well, there just has a sense here that the Irish players are really starting to get frustrated at the wicket. They're wanting runs and they're wanting them fast, but it's the field setting here by Tipoch as she's ordering her team around again, just pointing fingers left, right and centre, constantly moving, constantly making these Irish batters think. It's having an effect. 35 for 4.
A lot rests on Mary Waldron. 12 from 13, a wealth of experience. Can she shepherd her side over the line here? Can she win a game for her country? Short ball, missed out. Gave herself room outside the leg stump to try and carve it through the offside. Everyone was up on the offside. There's been a change of field now. Captain says, yeah, go back. Dropping cover back. It's good captaincy. You're ahead of the game. Rate 6.82. Get that rate to 7. Let it climb. Mid-on's in the ring. Will Waldron take on the leg side? Down on the sweep.
Well, that's a really clever shot there. There was a gap. It's just going to find the player there and just straight back into the hands of Tipoch. Well, they're going to have to find the gaps. Oh, that was Sutarang doing the fielding there for Thailand. And, well, Mary Waldron, 14 15 balls, and it's not what you want to see in 2020 cricket. You need to up that run rate like you've been saying. But Thailand came into this tournament. Everyone knew they were going to be a team to watch. Again, they think they've got the edge, and they've given it just into the hands of the keeper there. A wonderful wicket there by Thailand. And that's the 5th wicket for Ireland.
Well, a massive edge. You can hear it from the commentary box. Big nick. Good keeping again. Excellent work behind the stumps. Haven't put a foot wrong behind the stumps. It was an interesting stroke. There wasn't much pace on the ball. Trying to run it past the keeper. It was only ever going to be a single. Would have been better advised to smash it, but Thailand are absolutely ecstatic in the middle. Huge wicket.
Yeah, you could feel that one coming. There was a couple late cut attempts there, and it just made the bat. 2 balls earlier. Straight into the hands of the keeper. Didn't find the edge, and Sullypawn got a reward there. Wonderful bit of bowling. As Mary Waldron now departs. We just see the replay here. Wonderful action.
Yeah, gives it a rip. Small in stature, but use those hands and wrists nicely. Good action. Bit of spin, feather. Well, yeah, she knew. Mary Waldron knew. She stood around. She made the umpire do her job, but she knew. Absolute feather. Good catch behind the stumps. Another scalp for Thailand, Ireland. Well, the end is now, you think, 37 for 5 off 8 overs. Really struggling here. Look at this, just trying to run it past the keeper. It was only ever going to be a single. Fielder at short third for that exact stroke, so you have to question the thought process.
At this stage of the game, she's just tempting the batters just to use their feet and step out, but such a danger behind the stumps. That ball's just pushed nicely. They're going to get a single there. Straight off the mark is Richardson. It's a little confidence booster here. Well, they've got a lot of work to do as we've just finished 9 overs, 38 for 5. Big challenge ahead for Ireland to secure the victory here.
Well, Emma Richardson's got plenty of pedigree. Good cricketer, plenty of experience, plays a lot of cricket in New Zealand in the domestic scene. Can hit a big ball. That is one player who can hit a big ball. Very tall. Emma Richardson, long levers. They're going to need some big hits. Going to need some massive hits here, you think. Ones aren't going to do it. Thailand have been very good. Like a Boeing constrictor, just restraining the Ireland batters. 55 required from 48. Big game, top of the table clash, remember. Win this, you win the group. Simple as that. And at the moment, it's the Thailand side who are on top. Change of bowling. Anicha in from the pavilion end, off spinner. There's been a little bit of turn here today, more turn than there was on the same pitch yesterday, so let's see if there can be a bit of purchase here.
Wow, a full delivery there, and that was a gift. And that's going to run away to the boundary, and that's not how Nature's going to want to start her over there. She's been seeing her bowlers and her teammates deliver it. That was a bit of a gift there for Richardson. She just finds the boundary on a second delivery there. Put away nicely.
Yeah, really good stroke. Poor ball. Really good shot though. Placement was good, power was good. That's what you've got to do in T20 cricket. Well, all formats of the game. Get a bad ball, you've got to put it away. Emma Richardson started well, 5 from 2. Nicely bowled, good comeback. Got to try and, as a batting unit, just turn those good balls into singles. That's what Thailand did well. They dropped and ran well. They pushed the ball in the gaps well. Limit the dot balls.
Yeah, I think Ireland did fight back in the Thailand innings, but as we just see the ball just swept really nicely. And they're going to get a single there. Truly smart batting from Richardson. She moves on to 6. Another run onto the scoreboard here, but they are going to need to up the run rate. But like you said, it was very smart batting throughout the innings by Thailand. Constantly nudging away singles, running twos. There was a lot of misfields and a lot of extras that won't be to the pleasure of the coaching staff of the Irish team. Like I said, it was a really good fight back by Ireland in the last stages. 2 very quick wickets. And Thailand didn't seem to get their motor running again. At the moment, it's all Thailand here in this final game for Group B. The women's qualifiers for the Women's T20 World Cup here at Forfarshire. It's just a little misstep there by Onicha.
Full toss, slip in place. Again, Thailand on the attack. It's been evident all day. They've been playing the game on the front foot, looking to be positive. Slip in place nearly for the whole innings. Credit to the captain, credit to the bowlers to back up the captain. The fielding has been good. Off spin over the wicket, which is an interesting tactic by Onicha. Full toss, smashed, it's high.
Well, there's not a fielder out there. That was again just a bit of a gift there. Floated high, but there wasn't enough power put onto that by Leopold. And just grabbing another single. You know, in this situation, I'm sure she would have hoped that was dispatched straight over. Get the first maximum of the game. Just another single, 44 for 5. One delivery to come here. And there's only going to be 7 overs to go. Trying to reach that target at 93. Just prodded forward. That's a lovely end to the over there by Onicha. She's bowled well. A couple of gifts, but a really good response there. Wow, as we just look around the ground here. A wonderful turnout, especially with that rainy start. The forecast didn't look good, but they've done really well, the ground staff here at Fort Hill Sports Club, just to get the game on. Just see the bowling summary here, and it's been some really wonderful bowling performances as I'm joined in the commentary box once again by Isabel Joyce. Who's impressed you so far, Izzy?
Well, you mentioned she was my favourite earlier, and I think that she's done a really good job. Suli Porn, well flighted, and it's well struck from Leopold, but she can't get it through that inner ring. She does like to sweep, so she'll prefer the bowler bowling around the wicket, and I think that's why we've seen the off spinner go over the wicket the previous over.
Wow, really good use of overs here by the captain, Tipoch. Rotate.
Swept away. She's missed the fielder this time, but it'll only be a single, and that brings Richardson on strike. I think Leopold, who moves on to 5 from 12 balls, will be trying to get Richardson on strike as much as she can. She's on 6 off 5, and she's the experienced player.
We're just going to see the Duckworth-Lewis requirements and see if Ireland are nearing closer to it. Got a lot of runs to get. 6 and a bit overs and a full toss delivery, swept really nicely, and it's found the boundary. And Ireland, it's a great sight for the Irish team. They haven't found the boundary in a long time, but that's a really nice shot of a poor delivery there. Another boundary.
Yeah, not overcomplicating things here, Richardson. She's a good sweeper, also plays well down the ground, but a full toss, she's the only one who's been able to get rid of them today. There have been a few loose deliveries that haven't found their way to the boundary in the Ireland innings so far. And Richardson doing a good job. Moves on to 10 from just 6. The lack of extras from Thailand, a big difference between this innings and the last. Short cutaway, but straight to the point fielder. And Leopold backing up a huge amount.
Well, that's good to see. They want the single. Leopold really wanting to grab as many runs as possible. They're around 6 runs behind the Duckworth-Lewis rate, and we are just saying that because there's a big ominous cloud over Forfarshire Cricket Club.
Bit of miscommunication. Richardson will make her ground. Leopold was certain they had to come through. She knew she'd make it, but Richardson paused. And she's probably a little bit lucky that the ball was on the offside, on the side that she was running down.
Yeah, Ratapon just threw it in a bit harder there. Possibly a run-out opportunity. Like I said, Leopold really wanting to rotate the strike as quick as possible here. Keep the runs ticking over. That's the important thing as the 50's up now for Ireland. 50 for 5 here in the 10th over, in the 11th, pardon me.
Well struck by Leopold down the ground. She's starting to look a little bit more comfortable, and I have to say I like her intent. That single, it's a good idea because they've only got 6 overs remaining, Ireland, and the score is 51 for 5. That run rate just climbing with every over that goes by, that they don't reach 6s and 7s.
Well, There's the extra count on the bottom of your screen. Just the 2 wides for Thailand in this performance. Now we compare that to Ireland. The start in the first 10 overs, giving away a lot of extras. It's cost them dearly, has it, Izzy?
Yeah, a couple of no balls as well, so that always brings the free hit as well. So not what you want to see, but they're still in the game here. Still 2 really good batters at the crease as Ratanaporn comes on. And Leah Paul getting lots of encouragement from her teammates on the sideline. They know that she's really good between the wickets, and once she gets up and going, she can score quite quickly. And Richardson, of course, who's hit a massive 6, one of the only 2. There you have the Irish team. Still looking very nervy there, and great to see some kids in the background. They come down to support. A wide to start off for Ratanaporn. Interesting run up for a medium pace bowler.
Yeah, just a couple of steps there, and just needs to find a line and length. Very nervy occasion here for both sides, trying to get the top position here at Group B in this qualifying tournament. The all-important top position.
Short worked into the leg side. Well run from Paul. She spotted it at the mid-wicket fielder was on the ring. And she is, as I said, quick between the wickets, so she knew she'd get in, and Richardson at the non-striker's end backing up well. So starting to get some better understanding, these two. And I haven't played an awful lot of cricket together. Paul starting her cricket possibly after Richardson left Ireland and went to Australia and New Zealand to play her cricket. So it's good to see them communicating better in the middle.
There's more of that counting of the fielders, as you were alerting to earlier with Mary Waldron. Seems that Richardson's got the same little trick there.
Short again, top edged over the fine leg fielder. That one skips over the rope, a boundary.
Wonderful bit of batting there. That's what you want to see in this limited overs game. Try and find the boundary, some extravagant shots. It wasn't the most orthodox of shots there played by Richardson. She moves on to 15 from 9 deliveries, but just managed to play it off the hip, get some height on it, and roll away to the boundary. Here's the replay.
Yeah, there you go. She moved outside off stump. She knew where she wanted to hit it, and she has got a lot of joy in this tournament so far, moving over the offside and hitting the vacant area behind square. Strong shot straight to the fielder at extra cover. Tip touch, that one will sting, but she won't mind because she's saved the single.
Well, there's the kids in the background. Local primary school. They've been out in force here at their lunch break, and also now plenty of support. They had banners for Thailand. What a wonderful occasion to have.
And it's a free hit. Has been signalled. I think they must have had someone just sitting outside the ring. Thailand. So what can Richardson do with it? Tries to smash it. And thought about a single, but they thought better of it in the end, and Richardson will be disappointed by that. It was the right shot, she just didn't get hold of it.
Well, the run rate increasing. There's the children just having a little coaching lesson, it looks like. Maybe we've got some future prospects for the All-Stars programme, which is running really well all over the country, especially in Scotland as well.
She tries the same shot again and gets it this time. That's running away, and the fielder Wong Pakaliang Prosert not able to cut that one off. So she thought she was going to get there for a minute, but she got enough on that Richardson, and that'll ease the nerves in the Irish camp. 62 for 5 now, and that run rate not getting too high for them.
Yeah, Richardson just displaying the importance of boundaries in this form of the game. Just a couple, and suddenly momentum's changed. The Irish side more vocal on the sidelines here. We've got another free hit as the umpire's doing the old rodeo sign. Just a replay of that shot. Wonderful push round, and there's the fielder just running as fast as they can to try and get the dive in. But Richardson finding the boundary rope. Good for Ireland here.
Well, Pat Unglair just checking her run up again, so I think she must have overstepped. Outside leg stump, and she misses again, Richardson. This time they will scamper through, but a slower delivery. A leg by signalled. And interestingly, when she hit that boundary a minute ago, You'll have noticed the mid-wicket fielder with her hands on her head. So I mentioned earlier, it's all about who panics slower, and Ireland will be hoping it's them. If Thailand start thinking this game is getting away from them, they just give Ireland an extra chance.
The game holding up here. 64 for 5. Richardson on 20 now, chasing 93 in 17 overs.
Played strongly down the ground by Paul. She knows her role at this stage. She's going to keep knocking it around and hope that Richardson keeps going well. If she can just stay there and run well with Richardson, and Richardson can get a few more boundaries, this is well within Ireland's reach.
Well, we're just seeing conversations in the Thailand team of just whether they should move a couple of the field placings. Well, the captain Tapoch seems happy.
So 28 from 30 needed, less than a run a ball for Ireland. Short played really well down the ground, really nice, and a misfield there from Soraya Leita.
Really smart batting there, just rotating the strike, and a nice push just to finish the over there. Couple free hits, just the run up.
65 for 5 after 12.
Yeah, 12 overs gone. 66 for 5 as the scoreboard's just updating in front of us here at Forfeiture Cricket Ground. Well, Anna Richardson playing a fantastic knock here to put the Irish team back in contention in this game.
And what an important partnership this is. It's 21 from 17, and we've got a change of bowling. At the Nursery Road end, it's Nataya Buchatham. Her off spin. That's what her captain's turned to her. She wants a wicket, Tipoch, and she's turned to one of her most economical bowlers.
Took some wickets in the quadrangular series, did Bucham. Needs to strike now.
Another sweep shot. She's asking the question. Leopold not interested in the appeal. She scoots through for a single off the pad. A good option, the sweep there. It was just sliding down. If she'd made contact, that would have been a boundary. So Natai Buchatham, right arm off spin. So nerves aplenty here. And Thailand looked really comfortable up until a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, and Richardson finding the boundary rope 3 or 4 times. Suddenly the pressure's on. Just shows the importance of runs. Quick runs. Advances down and really well fielded there. So tried to sneak a single and just claws himself back in.
It is the wicket taker, Chanita Suturang, who's done that job. I think Richardson thought that was silly porn and thought, no, I'm not taking on that arm, but possibly was a single there. And a much needed dot for the Thai team. Down the track again, hits that long off fielder, and doing a good job here, Leopold, keeping her nerve. Very new to the team, new to the setup. She's taken on the mantle of the left arm spin. As we mentioned earlier, she's changed from slow seam to off spin, and she's with her spin sister Emma Richardson in the middle. If these two can pull this off, they'll go down in Irish history as heroes, I think.
Absolutely. Tries a reverse sweep. It was a really lofty, floaty delivery there. Difficult one to eye up, but you could see Richardson was trying to do that. There isn't a fielder on the boundary, so there is the space. Just having a look at the field settings right now. It's pretty well spread, isn't it, Izzy?
Yeah, well, they're saying with the field, you can have it on the leg side. Really slow again. Leopold trying to get another quick single, but quick work behind the stumps from Nana Pat means that she's sent back. So Richardson possibly overthinking things a little bit now. She's into her 20s. She knows a lot rests on her shoulders. She's trying to invent something. What I really liked about earlier in her innings was she just played the ball as she saw it. Straight down the ground. Mid-wicket comes around, but she can't collect. So a good over so far for the Thai. one tied over here, and they're well back in the game. So just the 3 from it. That ends the 13th. Ireland move on to 69 for 5.
Well, another good decision there by the captain, Tiboch. Just to change up the bowling once again. Done really well throughout the game. Just to keep the batters thinking. Quick wickets as well, but it's this partnership. Leah Paul, Imar Richardson doing the work here for Ireland, clawing themselves back into the game. 69 for 5 after 13 overs.
Yeah, big over this for Emma Richardson. And I like to see that. The captain bringing herself on. She's not going to put pressure on the other bowlers that she won't take herself. Short, and that's out. That's the massive wicket. That's the one they wanted. The skipper brought herself on. She's taken the pressure, and Emma Richardson shuffling down. It was probably a bit short and flat. And that's disappointing for the Irish team, but she's done a good job. She's given the Irish a chance. And Kavanagh makes her way to the crease in place of Richardson.
A huge wicket there. Another wonderful bit behind the stumps, and what a massive wicket, like you said. She looked in fantastic form, Richardson there. Found the boundary rope a couple of times, really lifted this Irish side back into the game. 69 for 6 now. She just makes her way back to the players' tent there, being applauded by her teammates, and here's the replay.
And she's ended up in the splits, Richardson, but it wasn't enough to get her back in her ground. Sharp work again behind the stumps, and we've mentioned how good the keeping's been this tournament from all the teams. Shauna Kavanagh asked for guard. Shauna Kavanagh lightning between the wickets. She'll run really well with Leah Paul. 2 of them scamper between the wickets. And a good sweeper, but a little bit of a nervy starter, Shauna. Hits it early. She'll scamper home. As I mentioned, she'll make it home nearly every single time. So Leah Paul not afraid to call her through. And you wonder, do the roles reverse a little bit here? Leah Paul, the set batter, she's the one that's been in for a while. Not a brilliant strike rate, but she's been going well the last few overs, so she'll try to take the impetus here. So there's the field. You've got cover out, long off. Down the ground, hits it strongly down to that long on fielder. There's also another fielder down in deep mid wicket. Just a single for Leah Paul, and Shauna Kavanagh back on strike. If they can keep getting these singles, then they'll take it really deep, Ireland.
Shauna Kavanagh there, immediately looking for the 2, knowing they need to keep the run rate ticking over here. What a decision by the captain just to bring herself on and grab that wicket.
Hit really well down the ground, Shauna Kavanagh. That skips off the surface and it goes over the boundary rope. There's a great shot coming in. Second ball from Shauna. She got a little bit of an inside edge first ball up, scampered through for a single, and she's hit a boundary with her second. Fantastic shot from her. Here you see the good footwork, kind of flat batted it, which has worked well on this wicket. The ball not coming on that well. Tiny bit of turn from Tipoch, and that's a delightful sight to see for the Irish coaching staff. And a sweep. That'll beat the fielder in the ring, but there is a square leg fielder coming around. Shauna Kavanagh decides to go for the second, and a good decision it is too. Wicketkeeper has to go and meet the fielder there. A fantastic run. We mentioned how good these two would be together. And actually, the fielder on the boundary had the ball in her hand as Shauna Kavanagh was turning, but Shauna knew that she has that extra turn of pace. Excellent decision from her.
Yeah, 2 really nice shots in a row there by Kavanagh. Both of different variety, a really strong push down the ground, and now a sweep shot as well.
Another sweep, that one straight to the fielder. Paul takes her on and she fumbles.
Yeah, a little
so
misfield
really
there.
Good running from these two as that brings up the end of the over. That's 14 gone, Ireland 78 for 6.
Well, Shauna Kavanagh lifting the Irish side here. 15 runs required.
That's been a massive over there. We have it, the story of the day. a smattering of starts. Mary Waldron looked in good touch before she looked like she changed her mind from a sweep shot and then just feathered it through to the keeper. Leopold still in there, 10 off 18, but she was 1 from 8, so she's going well now. Hema Richardson, a fantastic knock from her, 21 from 19, and Shauna Kavanagh motoring straight away, 8 from 4. And just have a look at that extras. We'd mentioned that they were really good at not bowling extras, but 1 over can change a lot. There were a few no balls, a few wides from Ratanaporn as we see Suliporn returning from the nursery road end. That's a really good length. Shauna Kavanagh just takes herself off to the side as we say goodbye to Ian and hello to Niall O'Brien, who joins me again in the commentary box. So the game in the balance, Niall.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. Ebb and flow. Ireland back in the game.
It's hit and run here, and Leopold makes it comfortably. These two, the ideal batters to be together at the crease right now. They know they don't have to do a huge amount. That good over and a couple of good well-run twos, a good 4 last over, Niall. And Ireland, you'd have to say, a little bit favourites now.
Well, that run rate not so long ago was over 7 and over. It's 5.25 now. Ireland back in top.
They're running, and that pressure again telling on the Thai fielders. Straight to the fielder, but she's called Shauna Kavanagh through.
Well, there's been a couple of good partnerships. Shauna Kavanagh playing well, 9 off 6.
Looks for the paddle sweep. She's lucky she got some glove on that Kavanagh, because I think she might have been in trouble if she hadn't.
Well, Ireland need to hold their nerve here. If they hold their nerve, they'll win this game. Need not to panic. You'll get one boundary between now and the end of the game. You'll get one boundary. You'll get a bad ball. Just got to make sure you just tick the score along of every other delivery. Do not panic. Focus hard. Watch the ball onto the bat. Kavanagh's done a good job.
Short, edged away, and they'll come through for a single. That one's gone through again. Kavanagh will come back, no doubt. And Thailand possibly losing their nerve quicker than Ireland. And we spoke about it a number of times. It comes down to just who is willing to put in the hard work. Kavanagh and Leopold taking it to the Thai team right now. I do think that Captain Tipoch is doing a good job. She's slowing the game down. She knows that the batters will be nervous. You know yourself, when you get a single and a single and a single, you just want the bowler to keep bowling. But she's making Suliporn wait. Flighted and through, and that's the wicket they wanted. Shauna Kavanagh goes for the big shot. That's disappointment for her in Ireland, but she has done a good job for her team. Ireland needing 11 from 13, but she really should. Lots of pressure on these two new batters, Sophie McMahon and Lara Moritz. So they were looking in the ascendancy, Ireland. 2 quick wickets, and how much that can change. It happened in the previous innings. Leopold taking 2 wickets and 2 balls and pegging Thailand back. Now Ireland need 11 from 9 and just 2 wickets in hand.
A great captaincy by the Thailand skipper. Chinita back into the attack. 3 for 11 today. Fantastic figures.
Short and wide, and she's missed out there, McMahon, and she's looks disappointed with herself, understandably. Lots of children in, lots of spectators watching this tight finish to the Irish innings.
Got to take your hat off to the Thailand captain, Tipoch. Fantastic use of her bowlers today. Bowled 3 up front. Chinita got a couple of huge wickets. Just the one over the back end to try and close this game out.
They'll take a quick single and another misfield in the ring by Thailand. Natakan Chantum unable to collect that one. You'd have to say Sophie McMahon would have been in trouble if she had collected that.
Well, Ireland got themselves back in the game on a couple of occasions, and they've gifted Thailand an opportunity to get back in. Emma Richardson was playing well. Kavanagh was playing well. They had the game in their grasp. Gave their wickets away when they didn't need to go for the big shot.
Strong shot through the covers from Lara Moritz. They'll probably try and come back for 2 here. A good finish to the over for Ireland. It's 16 gone, 1 over to go. And Ireland need a further 10 runs. Or 8 runs, apologies.
Well, Chinita's day is done. Fantastic figures. 3 for 14. Couple of huge wickets in there. The main one being Kim Garth. Beautiful in-swinging Yorker. Taking out Kim Garth's off stump. 8 runs to win. 6 balls. Absolute crackerjack finish. 12th man's on with a couple of instructions. I'm not sure what exactly those instructions might be. 8 to win. 6 balls. Simple game.
Well, the rain's coming in now, but you'd have to think that the umpires will keep them on.
Well, a couple of wickets to fall. That's a poor shot. Shauna Kavanagh, it must be said. Down the wicket, across the line. And then Leopold. Bang, bang, 2 wickets in a row. Good catch. 2 fielders conversing. Easy to take your eye off the ball. Pressure situation. Wonderful cricket by Thailand.
So it's Anisha Kamchampu coming back. She's bowled 1 over, gone for 6. So probably not the bowler that they wanted coming back, but good start for her. Straight, full and straight, and make the batters do all the work. So 8 from 5 now required. What can Sophie McMahon do?
Need a boundary. Cow corner. There's a gap. Straight cow corner. There's a bit of a gap. Where can she find a boundary?
That's well fielded by the bowler. Almost a chance. She comes through for a single, and this is the one they'll want on strike, Ireland. Lara Moritz packs a lusty blow. She can send it over the boundary, and she always has a big swing. So it's either, if someone's going to win the game for Ireland, it's going to be her.
Well, no better time to stick one into the stands for Lara Moritz. Batting just outside a crease. Off spinner, spinning the ball back in.
Down the track, and that's really good fielding from Thailand. So my man thinking about a second, but sent back by her counterpart. Good from Wong Paka in point. So I told you she'd have a big swing. Didn't quite come off though.
Well, Sophie McMahon, 2 from 6. You could be a national hero. Stick one over the ropes. Absolute lashing down now, the rain. 3 balls left in this quality game.
Struck strongly, too strongly to long off, you'd have to say. That's well fielded. Skipper put herself out there. Love that from the skipper. She's put herself out where she knows the ball's going to go. That's Sophie McMahon's strong area. And another chance for Lara Moritz. It was 2 a ball. They now need shuffles down edge. Can they come back for a second? It's that, Sully Porn. She's a gun fielder, but she doesn't manage it on that occasion. Fumble from her. They come back for 2. So how important will that be? It's a super over in event of a tie. So they just need 2 from this ball, and I have a feeling that's the information that was being sent out. Message in a bottle there. Una Raymond Ho, the 12th, telling them we just need 7. Go for the 7. We'll win the super over.
Well, do we have a champagne super over? 3 to win. 2 for a tie, and we'll do it all again and 1 over. Lara Moritz, be a hero.
She comes down and she's out. Thailand can't believe it. She's missed it. And Lara Moritz loses her wicket and Ireland lose the game.
Well, joyous scenes here for the Thailand women's cricket team. They've beaten Ireland, the much fancied Ireland, by 3 runs. It's an absolutely deserved victory, it must be said. They've been the better side from ball 1 till the end. And that is a huge, huge moment, not just in this tournament, but in Thailand cricket. Fantastic scenes, wonderful to see. Here's the final moment. Down the wicket, swing and a miss. Stump, bail's gone, ball in the air.
Yeah, last ball there, you just have to say to yourself, stay behind the line, keep it within the lines, and if you get a chance, make sure that you take it. Right shot from Lara Moritz. She just played the wrong line. Great celebrations from bowler and keeper there. Disappointment for Ireland, but look at those faces on the Thai team. Ecstatic. And I'll be making my way to the post-match presentation. Thanks, Niall.
Well, disappointing scenes for Ireland, but joyous ones for Thailand. Yes, hugs, high fives all around. They deserved that win. They played some wonderful cricket today. Lost a toss, remember. Had to bat first in difficult conditions. They mustered up a really good score. 92 they posted in 17 overs, a rain-affected game. We're used to the rain-affected games here now. And with the ball in the field, they were fantastic. Good discipline with the ball. The captaincy was excellent. Must be said that Captain Tipoch rallied the troops well, restricted the bowlers superbly well. They were too good on the day for Ireland. They won the group, Thailand. Who would have said that 3 or 4 days ago? Thailand have won this group, progressing to the semi-finals. They're 1 game away from getting on that plane to Australia. This is fantastic to see. We're going to have a little huddle, a little chat, and salute the crowd. Wonderful to see. These are excellent scenes. Yes, joyous scenes here for Thailand women's cricket team. There might be some tears, yes. This is a moment they would have dreamt of, beating a powerhouse of the women's game like Ireland. This is what cricket's all about, folks. This is why we love this game. We're going to have a look through the highlights of this second innings. Gabby Lewis, first wicket to go, LBW. It was a nice ball, a little bit of turn, big appeal. Fantastic, and Gabby Lewis' poor form continues. Prendergast was next to go. Wonderful bowler, Chamida. Little inducker through the gate. Poor shot, must be said, playing across the line. Middle stump, uprooted. Mary Waldron, the wicketkeeper, came in and playing with good energy. Got on the sweep early, put the bad ball away, and you thought, with Waldron at the crease, Ireland had a good chance. This is the big one. Kim Garth, Ireland's linchpin. Chamida, it was her 3rd over. We wondered whether it was a good idea to bowl her a 3rd. Well, the captain did a good job. Kept her key bowler on for a 3rd. Lovely stumping. Laura Delaney, the captain, I must say, had a pretty quiet game. Laura Delaney bowled a couple of overs and didn't do much with the bat. On the charge early, gave herself too much room leg side. Stranded, bails off in a flash. Keeper was excellent today. Nanny Pat, my favourite, Nana Pat behind the sticks. This is Waldron, little feather through off the leggy. Nice glove work by Nana Padu. Had a good game behind the stumps, was busy. Waldron just trying to run it down to third man. There was a fielder there, was only going to ever prosper one run, so a bit of a risky shot for little reward, and Ireland were in deep trouble at this moment in time. Emma Richardson played nicely, put the bad ball away when she got the opportunity, and you thought with Richardson at the crease, Ireland had a really good chance. Hit the bad ball away nicely, rotated the strike well on the sweep leg side. That was a good shot. Found the gap nicely. Nice partnership with Leah Paul at this stage. Emma Richardson had the game in her grasp. Good shot, good use. Never tried to keep that ball down. Hit the ball up over 45. Good support by the school children next door. I've enjoyed the day so far. Slog leg side, that was a no ball as well. This was a big over. A couple of boundaries and a couple of no balls got Ireland back in the game. The big moment. On the charge, not much bounce. Bails off. Emma Richardson, that was a big wicket. Kavanagh came out, hit a nice couple of blows early on down the ground, hit through the line of the ball, which was the key on this pitch. Hit through the line. Leg spinner, Sully Porn. This is a poor shot. No need. 11 was required, 11 off 13 at this stage, and then 2 wickets and 2 balls. This is a good catch. Good catch there at mid-on. And the writing was on the wall. The big moment. 2 that was needed for a super over. Stumped. Rapturous scenes. Fabulous to see. Great win for Thailand. 2 points. Top of the group. We're going to send across Isabel Joyce, who's ready with the post-match presentation.
Welcome to the post-match presentation for the ICC Women's T20 World Cup qualifier match between Thailand and Ireland. I have with me Graham Ilbroyd to present the player of the match, and that's going to be Suliporn Leami, 3 wickets, 17 runs from 4 overs. Suliporn on this side. A historic moment for Thailand cricket, a win over Ireland in this qualifying match.
เป็นสิ่งที่น่าภาคภูมิใจที่เราชนะไอร์แลนด์เราได้เข้ารอบรองเรารู้สึกยังไง
ตื่นเต้นมากค่ะแล้วก็แบบทำเต็มที่สุดความสามารถเลยค่ะแบบไม่ยอมแบบไม่ถอยไม่ผ่อนไม่ว่าจะเกิดอะไรขึ้นก็จะทำเต็มที่
So I'm very excited, very happy we got the result. So we didn't let up to the last ball.
And what does this mean in the context of the tournament? It means you come top of the table and you kind of have the easier semi-final, so a bigger chance to get through to the World Cup.
โอกาสเราดีขึ้นหรือเปล่าเพราะว่าเราได้ที่1ของสาย
ก็โอกาสก็ดีขึ้นค่ะคือแบบเราต้องการที่จะอยู่ที่1ของสายอยู่แล้วค่ะ
Okay, congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the Ireland skipper, Laura Delaney, if you can join me. All right, look, Laura, a massive game there. And where do you think that you lost that one?
I think we struggled to build partnerships from get-go, unfortunately, and we just left the lower order with too much work to do.
Of course, you still have a semi-final berth, most likely against Bangladesh. So you've got to bring it all on Thursday.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the girls will be pretty disappointed after today's game, but we've quite a young squad, and I know that we'll be able to bounce back, so hopefully we'll go for it against Bangladesh on Thursday.
Okay, so good luck at that.
Thanks, Liz.
Back to Niall.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Well, lovely to hear from both the sides. Captains, disappointing for Ireland, of course, but a wonderful day and a wonderful win for Thailand, who've been superb all tournament. This is the batting card for Ireland. Gabby Lewis went early, 5. LBW Prendergast didn't hang around long. Mary Walden played well, 14 off 16 balls, was caught well by Nani Padov Suliporn. Emma Richardson, 21 from 19, and when she left the crease, you felt so did Ireland's chances of winning. 90 for 9, Ireland going down by 3 runs to a very well played side in Thailand, who are excellent and deserve their win today. Bowling figures for Thailand, they're all good to be fair. Chanita was the pick for me, 3 for 14 off 4 overs. 11 dot balls in over 4 overs, always very, very impressive. Sully Lamy, 3 for 17 off 4, 9 dot balls and wickets for Nataya with 1 and Tipoch with 1. And also Anicha picked up 1 wicket. Wonderful win, wonderful bowling performance. Well, the games come thick and fast here at Forfarshire Cricket Club, and there's another cracker, an absolutely cracking game coming up. It's the host Scotland against the much fancied Bangladesh. That's going to be coming up very, very soon. We're going to have a short break and join us very soon for the live action between Scotland and Bangladesh. Well, welcome back to Forfeiture Cricket Club for the ICC Women's T20 World Cup Qualifier 2019. A huge game in store this afternoon. Scotland versus Bangladesh. Match 11. We've already seen a wonderful game here this morning. Thailand beating Ireland to top the other group, and this is going to be an absolute crackerjack of a game. I've got Isabel Joyce alongside me. Scotland have won the toss and have chosen to bowl. Run us through the two teams, please, Isabel.
So there you have Bangladesh on the left. They're led by their captain Salma Khatun. Keeper behind the stumps. Really good work from her so far in this tournament. Nigar Sultana Jati. We're yet to see Kajida Tul Kubra with the ball, but she's a fantastic bowler. Look out for Fahima Khatun. She was brilliant in the last game. Saved her team with a well-made 30 and then bowled fantastically well. For Scotland, they're led by Sarah Bryce, by Catherine Bryce, and her sister Sarah is the wicketkeeper. Ellen Watson is coming into the squad as a young 14-year-old off-spinner, massive talent. And also look out for Abtaha Maqsood, wonderful leg spinner.
Two strong sides. Huge news this morning, Isabel, a stalwart of the women's game around the world, Indian superstar Mithali Raj, retiring from the T20 format of the game.
Yeah, she started her career the same year as I did, 1999, 20 years as a fantastic player for India. She's former T20I captain. She's captained her team to tests and ODIs, and she'll be sorely missed. 89 matches. She's done a huge amount for the Indian game. She's the one that everyone knows in India. There she is with Julian Goswami, another titan of the game in India. She is hanging on in ODIs, Niall, because she wants to win a World Cup. She says that's her dream. They got to the final the last time around, a wonderful final, sellout in Lords, but England were victors that day. She says she wants to give it one more shot to get that trophy.
Yeah, wonderful career. Still playing, obviously, in the longer format. And wants to win a 50-over World Cup, but T20 no more. Absolute pillar of Indian cricket. Will be sorely missed in the T20 game, but these are the scenes now. There's a World Cup up for grab. Scotland. Well, the coach, a well-known member of the Scottish cricket. Good old Mr. Knox. Good crowd forming here at Forfeiture Cricket Club. Lots of local support. And it's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to wish Eloise Sheridan a very happy 34th birthday. Wonderful umpire, enjoying her time here in Scotland. Had a good chuckle at breakfast, wishing her happy birthday. There's the Bangladesh side, strong side, very good cricket team. Not as cold as yesterday. They were happy when they saw a glimmer of sunshine. Here come the hosts. Here comes Scotland. Big game. Big 2 points up for grabs. A wonderful crowd here. Should be a great atmosphere. The weather has played its part, thankfully. No rain forecast for the afternoon. Oh, what a lovely outfit. We might even see a couple of kilts in the stands today.
Yeah, they're coming in droves, the Scots, to support their team. This is a must-win game for Scotland. They're currently sitting in second, but their PNG are taking on Namibia in the other game, and you'd have to say they're strong favourites. So Scotland have to overturn Bangladesh, and it's a tall order. There's the skipper, Catherine Bryce. She'll open the bowling. Fantastic bowler. Moves the ball in, just like the Thai opening bowler did earlier. But yeah, it's a huge game for her. And we saw in the background that was Lee Kasparek, currently playing for New Zealand, former Scotland international. How much they would love to have her in their team right now. And that's Sanjida Islam. She's got a new opening partner today, Murshida Khatun. Islam started slowly yesterday, but looked good. Hit the fielders a good bit. Right-handed bat, hits well down the ground. Interesting, no helmet, but fair enough. I guess it's not really getting up off this wicket now.
Here we go. Good start. Good shape, and already good support from the partisan Scottish crowd. I'm looking forward to seeing the two Bryces play, really. A lot of hype around them. Siblings playing on the side always creates a little bit of hype, as you well know, and I know myself.
And leading out for Catherine Bryce. Yeah, fantastic players, the two of them. It's been a year since I've seen them, and they've made massive strides, the two Bryces. And you mentioned earlier how happy you were to see some good wicketkeepers on show. Here's another one, Sarah Bryce, standing up to her sister. Gets a lot of movement, so not the easiest to keep to.
Well, good start. And Bangladesh are up and running. Bangladesh, for me, are the strongest side in this tournament. They look a really good outfit, well led off the field. They've got plenty of variation with the ball, Bangladesh, but they've got very talented bats as well. Technically sound, adept at reading a situation. Left hand, right hand up front, which I like. Nice to see a left-hander and a right-hander can sometimes throw the bowler off scent. The old Shivnarine Chandapur mark. You don't see that very often. Normally you see it in warm climates where it's hard to mark your guard. No such problems here. Wet and gloomy, but the cricket's been good. The cricket has uplifted. Slip in place. Good to see. Might be a little bit of away movement. Slip in for that catch. Bowled.
A quick single straight away for Happy, and her teammates really like that. They're very happy to see them running well between the wickets, these two.
Yeah, a little bit of shape. That's why the slip was in place to the left-hander. Slip comes out for the right-hander. As the ball tend to tail back into the right-hander, so no slip. Catch a mid-wicket in place though for a little chip in the air. It's going to be a wide. Yeah, short, wide. Loose delivery. Big game for Scotland. We've already seen, I suppose, one upset today with Thailand overcoming Ireland. What chances of Scotland overcoming Bangladesh here, Isabel?
Well, if they're going to do it, it's going to come down to that girl there at the ball, Catherine Bryce. She's been in really good form with the bat on the ball this tournament so far. Another quick single for Bangladesh there. They've obviously got a game plan to just accumulate as many as they can up top, and I think it's a good decision from them. They saw how difficult it was to score in the first game, so possibly thinking first 10 overs it's hit and run and give themselves a platform to go at the back end.
Sliced away in the gap. Should get two. Comfortably back for a second. Nice stroke, a little bit of width on offer. Rashida Khatun is not going to miss out. One over, done and dusted. Bangladesh 6 for no loss, and as we mentioned, a good crowd forming. Anticipation is high for the women's game in Scotland and the men's game, it must be said. The men's side for Scotland are playing some good cricket. They'll have a big tournament next month in Dubai to try and qualify for their own T20 World Cup. And bowling from the pavilion end, we're going to have a little look here at
it's Priyana Chatterjee. She's another seam bowler. We didn't see her bowl at all the last time we streamed Scotland, so getting the new ball, she'll get a bit of shape away from Sanjita.
Much pace to work with here.
Bit more pace. She's got a slingy action, so it should skid through, and that will suit Sanjita. She didn't enjoy facing the Papua New Guinea bowlers the other day when the ball wasn't coming on, so possibly could be a good sign for her. Get her hands through the ball, cover fielders on the boundary. Has his third man and a slip in place, see can they get that edge early on.
Slip in place, as you mentioned. Drop and run. Good cricket. Slip was standing very, very close to the keeper. Almost too close. Right-hander just dropping and running. Good cricket from Bangladesh. It's not the kind of pitch we've seen over the last 2 or 3 days. You can go out and just smash the ball from ball one. You've got to give a little bit of respect to the new ball. Respect the pitching conditions. Get used to conditions. Scores anything over 100, 110, 120 are very useful. Pressure cooker situations, big games. Chasing's not easy.
You spoke about a left-right hand combination playing on the mind of the bowler. And Chatterjee sometimes falling afoul of that. She could bowl a few extras to the left-hander here. Not as good as Catherine Bryce at changing her line when she has to bowl to the different combinations.
Well, right on cue. 2 points for my co-commentator Isabel Joyce. Spot on. 2 straight A little bit of shape, mind you. Just too straight, going down leg side for an extra. It's been a common theme in a lot of fixtures, a lot of extras. Ireland gave away lots of extras in the previous game. Tight games, you can't afford to give away wides and no balls.
Short down leg. She follows that one around. That's well struck, and there's no chasing that for Ruth Willis. Trickles over the boundary in the end. Well, that's well played from Marshina Khatun. I'll make her happy.
Well, it's a good shot. It's a poor ball, it must be said, by Chatterjee. Short, down leg side. It's an absolute gift for a left-hander. Just what you want early in your innings to get yourself up and running. Just help it on its way. Wasn't much chance in the chase, and just trickles away. Good crowd here this afternoon. Good to see school kids having a day off from school. You can learn much more here than the classroom, kids.
A better line, bit of shape in. They won't take that one on. Abtaha Maksud going long barrier. So 6 runs so far this over. And they're staying up with a good rate to go over their 120 today, Bangladesh.
Yep, spoke with some of the Bangladesh side and the coaching staff before the game. They're very happy with how they're playing, in a good place. Leg side again. More exercise for the umpire. Gets the arms aloft, another extra.
I'd just like to see her coming around the wicket here. Chatterjee, she's struggling with her line. So why not just bowl a few balls around the wicket, get through your action, get comfortable again. And another extra, getting wider and wider. And then now tiredness comes in. Bowl a few wides and you suddenly find yourself bowling 9-10 balls.
Well, T20 cricket, you only have to bowl 4 overs. You don't need to bowl 5, so you need to cut the extras out, because every ball counts for an extra run. The run rate already 9.33. Short, pulled away well. There's a fielder in the deep, so it's only going to be a single, but it's a good stroke. Chatterjee's under pressure, has struggled to find the line and length to the left-hander. And Bangladesh have started well. This is a good start. Scotland, they won the toss, electing to bowl first. Last couple of games here have been won by the side batting first, so putting runs on the board, restricting. Tucked away. Really good cricket. Just clever. No nonsense. Put the bad ball away, pick up your 1s and 2s. They look a really good outfit, Bangladesh.
Yeah, clear game plan, not to overhit. Really good from them. And they know they'll get a few gifts. This left-right hand combination playing on the mind of Chatterjee.
Well, already 4 wides bowled by Scotland, 9 deliveries. Dot to finish. It's a good over all the same for Bangladesh. 16 for no loss after 2, and we saw a cracking game first up, Isabel, but this should be another cracker. 2 strong sides. Bangladesh clearly favourites, but Scotland, good side, plenty of options, and obviously hosts, so good support from the locals.
Yeah, really big game this. In Group A, Bangladesh topping the table at the moment with 4 points. Scotland and PNG each have 2. So at the moment we have an unusual occasion where all 3 teams could end up on 4 points, and it comes down to net run rate. Bangladesh currently way ahead, 2.99. And it's Catherine Bryce again.
Nicely bowled. Good line, good length. Good bowling. Just hold a good line and length. The pitch will do enough. The overheads will help, a bit of swing. There is a bit of nibble in the pitch. As we've seen every game, there's been a bit of movement off the seam. If you get in the right area, present an upright seam. Keep her up to the stumps.
Fuller driven well. Maksud tidies up. So tied her over here. Bangladesh attacking a little bit more, looking to hit the ball harder. Sanjita Islam is the 4th highest run scorer in this tournament as of this morning. . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Lifted over, a great catch in mid-off. She's taken that to her right. It's that young girl we mentioned. What a diving catch. Those ones are never easy.
Well, that's sensational. Absolutely sensational catch at mid-off. Catherine Fraser, remember the name. That is an absolute wonderful catch by the 14-year-old. It was hit hard. When it came off the bat, Sanjita thought, yes, I'm in business for a boundary. And Catherine Fraser, 14 years of age, swooping around to right, clutches onto an absolute specky.
Yeah, fantastic from the teenager. She's put it right up there. Catherine Bryce. Sanjita Islam helped herself and moving to her right. It's a fantastic catch from the youngster, Catherine Fraser.
Well, a bit of doom and gloom early for the Bangladeshi supporters. A wonderful catch. Absolutely fabulous. Great to see. Presence of mind to make the ground. Great catch. That's the birthday girl, Eloise Sheridan, 34 today. Where would you rather be on your birthday than in Dundee?
I know I'd prefer not to be umpiring. Definitely prefer to be in here, but lots of respect for the officials. They've done a brilliant job. It's not been easy. There's been a lot of rain around. They've been given a huge amount of work to do. And Eloise is looking forward to a day off tomorrow. She said she was hoping these two games would get in.
Jotty, new to the crease. Full toss, swipe leg side. Fielder in the deep. Clean pickup, good throw into the bowler's end. It's kind of moments like that catch that can invigorate the side, the fielding side, give you that little extra boost of energy. On a game like this, when it could come down to fine margins, special bits of cricket like that can really tip it your way. Two good players at the crease here for Bangladesh. Jotty's a good cricketer. Khatoon's a good player, so there's still plenty of batting at the crease and in the hutch ready to go, but Scotland have got an early breakthrough.
Big shot from Khan. Messy fielding from Scotland, and they'll make it through Bangladesh pretty easily. Bit of miscommunication from Bangladesh, but no harm, no foul. You mentioned moments of cricket like that invigorating a team. Scotland were very disappointed with their performance when they lost against PNG 3 balls to spare. They said they just didn't turn up. So maybe that one will wake them up and get them ready to overturn Bangladesh. Worked into the leg side by Jotty. Good fielding in the ring there. And that brings about the end of the third over. A good one for Scotland. Catherine Bryce has 1 for 8 and Bangladesh are 18 for 1.
Well, Catherine Bryce has a big job, not just with the ball, but how she marshals her troops. Rotation of the bowler is going to be key. Who bowls when? When do you attack? When do you defend? When do you sit back? When do you go for the jugular? Wickets are crucial. 6 overs of the power play. If you can get 3 wickets in that power play, it can really set the batting side on the back foot.
That's a change of bowling. No surprise there at the pavilion end. It's going to be Rachel Hawkins, a tall right arm off spinner. I'll expect her to come around the wicket. She likes to push it across, bowl in at the hip, use her height. Although she's bowling to the left-hander, so she might decide to stay over.
Well, tall bowler. Let's see what field we've got. We've got mid-off, mid-on in the ring. We've got a catching cover. We've got a square cover. Deep extra cover, which is an interesting position, and a short third man. 45 on the edge. And a deep square leg. Right arm round the wicket, off spin. Should get some bounce. Cut away to one of those two fielders in the point region. No run. Good off spinner, tall action. Should get a bit of purchase out of the pitch. There's been a little bit of turn today, more than yesterday.
Yeah, she does turn it, Hawkins. She'll more be changing her pace. Slower, swept away. And that square leg fielder's got a bit of work to do. In fact, it'll be mid-on that chases it down. It's Ellen Watson, the fielder, that took that great catch last over. Keeps it to 2, so good work from her chasing that. A little bit slow, that.
Good stroke, slog sweep, profitable for a left-hander. Always a go-to area for the lefty.
Short slashed away straight to the fielder again, Katie McGill. Did you like it yourself, Niall?
Love the sweep. Yeah, love the sweep, slog sweep, paddle sweep, reverse sweep. I should have walked out with a sweeping brush as opposed to a bat sometimes, I thought, but especially when you played in the subcontinent.
More flight. I like that from Rachel Hawkins. Oh, a little bit uppish, that shot. If she'd gone through with it and mid off an extra cover, might have been in the game.
Yeah, extra covers in the game. Definitely in the game here. Might be a little ball just chipped airborne. It's a good start by Hawkins, getting the ball above the eye line. Not afraid to get it up and down.
Full toss and a missed opportunity there from Khatun. She's come down the wicket though. It was very full, but if she'd been in her standing position it would have gone below and waist height, so that's why that one's not called a no ball.
Well bowled, squirted away through the offside. There is protection, so bowling to your field, good effort. And a good start by Hawkins. Just the 3 runs coming from that 4 overs bowled, 21 for 1. And as the crowd builds and the excitement takes over as the afternoon sets in, we should be in for a good game. The wicket looks good. Outfield is generally very quick, considering the amount of rain we've had. The ground staff, it must be said, are doing a fantastic job to get this ground playable. There is a bit of rain in the air, folks. There's a little bit of rain just coming down now. Groundsmen don't seem to be too worried. They're not sprinting for the covers as of yet. That's always a worrying side. You see the groundsmen just running as fast as they can to get the covers on.
We've another change of bowling now, Nursery Road end. That's the leg spinner, Abtaha Maksud. We saw how important that was in the previous game. Suliporn from Thailand having a great game. Player of the match, took 3 wickets, really important. She bowled flat, and I think that's a good option on this deck for a leg spinner. On another wicket, it would have been really too short, but it looked like she was bowling it into the pitch on purpose. Just slow off the deck, not a lot of bounce, very difficult to play across the line. So be interesting to see if Abtaha has watched that and will decide to bowl flat herself.
Well, it's amazing the prominence of leg spin in the T20 format, both in the men's and the women's game. It's nearly a prerequisite now to have a leg spinner and the left arm quick, so Scotland have got the leggy. Start, really good start. Bit of a fumble, should come through for a single. That's a nice start by the leggy. Nice bit of flight, gave it a bit of a rip. Nice as a leg spinner. It's a difficult art. Nice to land your first one in a good area.
I was just going to say, sometimes you put a lot of importance on your first ball as a bowler, so always good when you land it in a good area. Even if a run is scored off it, you feel like they could have done better in the field in mid-wicket. Scotland, so disappointing, but a good start for Maksud.
Beautiful, beautiful ball. Finds the outside edge of Jyoti's bat. No slip in place. Unfortunately for Scotland, there was no slip in. Maybe a bit of a lapse from the captain, but also the bowler's got to take some responsibility. As a leg spinner, as a bowler, you've got to say, skipper, give me a slip fielder. We want to take wickets. Take 2 or 3 in the power play. Puts it right on the front foot. No slip in place, though.
Well bowled again. Yeah, it's kind of a free shot for Jyoti. That drive, if there's no slip in, put a bit of doubt in her mind, get the slip in. That's my thoughts as well. Full great hands from Jyoti. She just caresses that out to the cover fielder. It's Katie McGill.
Well, Scotland, a lot of experience in the coaching setup. Stephen Knox, ex-Scotland international, played against him many a time, and he's also got Gordon Drummond on hand to help out. Wonderful cricketer, Drummo, ex-captain of Scotland. Swept leg side. There's a fielder out in the deep. It's been a good start here by Maksud, very good. Nice control for a leg spinner. Wet ball, greasy ball, bit of rain in the air, never easy. Got to dry that ball, yeah. Get that seam nice and dry, but it's been a good start for the leggy. Well bowled. Excellent bowling. This is really good. Really impressive. We've seen a number of leg spinners so far in this tournament, but this is as good a start as I've seen from any of them. Excellent. Over. 5 overs bowled. 26 for 1.
Yeah, great control from Abtaha Maksud. Good signs for Scotland here, holding their nerve. They know that they have to win this game. That's the story so far. Marshida Khatun, 14 from 15. Jyoti just in for 6 balls. She's on 4. And it's a decent start for Bangladesh. They'll be happy with 26 from 5. Just the 1 wicket gone. They do have a lot of batting to come, so if they do lay a good platform, they'll be able to get it well above 120. Rachel Hawkins, full toss. Just the 1. Chatterjee tidies up in mid-wicket.
Yeah, nice to see spin bowlers not being afraid to give the ball a bit of air. Get the ball up above the island, give it a rip. We've seen a number of stumpings in these games so far. Batters coming down the track, missing, bails off in a flash. Rain's coming down now fairly heavily. We might have a bit of a shower or two throughout the day. There's a bit about, not a huge amount forecasted, but we're hoping to have enough in the tank to get a game of cricket in of some sort. Of course, we can play a curtailed game. Hawkins to continue, right arm over the wicket. Tucked away, shouldn't be one. Good work by Scotland. They look up and about here, Scotland. They look up for this challenge. They know it's a big game. Big game of cricket. Plenty of people in watching. Friends and family will be here, travelling from afar. Full toss, missed out. It's been 2 or 3 full tosses missed out already for Bangladesh. They'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, a few opportunities, maybe a few nerves. Dragged down from Hawkins. A half stop in mid-wicket. And Becky Glenn comes in to keep it to 1. So two poor deliveries in a row from Rachel Hawkins, and just the 1 run for them. So she's going to be a little bit lucky.
I used to love playing Scotland, me. Oh, I used to love playing Scotland. My old mate Kyle could see you. Drummo. Brilliant fun. Wind up the Scots. Flighted. Full toss. Swept leg side. Should beat the sweeper. Yes, it does. Really good stroke. Marshida Khatun goes along nicely. She's 19 from 17. That's a good stroke. And as always, wherever Bangladesh play, they'll get support.
Yeah, fantastic supporters. Bangladeshis. There it is. She shuffles down, sees it's full, decides to go cross bat, sweeps that in front of Lorna Jack, who makes a good effort but can't quite get there. She's done good work on the boundary there, Lorna Jack. Used to be a wicketkeeper herself. So, good movement in the field.
Did you like playing Scotland? Did you wind up the opposition from time to time?
Always liked playing Scotland, but didn't really wind them up now. Another drag down, slashed away. That's just got away with another one. I had heard in the past that it's a bit niggly between the men's teams, but the 2 women's teams get on really well. Good friends with a few of the older players myself.
Well, power play is done and dusted. Bangladesh 32 for 1. Good start for Bangladesh. Well, I started my career losing to Scotland every game, and then all of a sudden, this is going back in the day with Craig Wright was captain. Wonderful cricketer. Hoffman, opening bowler, fantastic. And then Ireland all of a sudden were better than Scotland. So it was time for me to have my time in the sun. We had some great tussles with Scotland down the years. Scotland are playing some wonderful cricket now. They've got some great cricketers, that men's side. Callum McLeod, Matt Cross, Kyle Katsia. Wonderful captain. Some really good pace bowlers. How could we forget that wonderful afternoon last year at the Grange when England were toppled by the Scots. Anyway, back to the women's ICC World Cup qualifiers. Big prize at stake. Big game here at the wonderful Forfarshire Cricket Club. Bangladesh 32 for 1, just coming out of the power play. Leggy to continue. Nicely tucked away for a single. Good start here from Scotland, though. They've been pretty accurate with the ball.
Yeah, Maksud's been really impressive. It's not easy to be a leg spinner out there today. The ball's wet, the outfield's wet. Seen a lot of drag downs and full tosses, but Maksud's making it look easy.
A left-hander to leg spinner, you're thinking leg side. Slog sweep, hard sweep. That's going to be the option. She's got protection. She's got a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket and a long on. 45 and a mid-wicket in the ring. So plenty of gaps on the offside if you want to go offside. Does just that. Ah, it's a wonderful stroke. Absolutely brilliant batting. Won't quite go for 4. It's an excellent shot. It's a very, very difficult shot. Leg spinner turning the ball in to go against the spin. Hitting over extra. Excellent batting. Good work in the deep. Keeping it to 2.
That's a really impressive shot. She's just so balanced at point of contact. I think that's the key for that shot. Raises it over Chatterjee and extra cover. Disappointed probably not to get the full reward for that beautiful stroke.
Well, really just working hard to keep that seam of the ball dry. Can be difficult for the wrist spinner. Good action, gives it a good rip. Flighted, nice. Really nice work. Excellent work off your own bowling. That is a prerequisite as a spin bowler. You've got to feel well off your own bowling. Save a couple of runs in innings. Flighted, smashed along on. You seen much of the new breed of Scottish cricketers, Isabel?
Well, I've just seen the previous game that we've streamed here, but a few of them have been in and out of the squad. Apta has been in the team for a long time. I've never seen her bowl as well as she is right now. Came into the tournament and she was the one to watch. And it's Catherine Fraser who really impressed me last game. Doesn't bowl with any great pace, but lovely, lovely action. Worked into the leg side by Jyoti. Yeah, Catherine Fraser, an off spinner, classical action, gets some turn, nice and tall, and you've got to think she's going to be a star of the game in future years.
Well, this has been a really impressive start for Maksud. Good control, really good control. A little bit of turn, but thereabouts, time and time again.
Well played again, full. Happy to take the single out to Lorna Jack and cover. So that's the end of the 7th over. Bangladesh doing a good job at 38 for 1.
Yeah, Bangladesh going nicely. Plenty of wickets in the hutch. Partnership is forming, 22 off 27. So power to add, you would think. Setting a platform seems to be the crucial form in this qualifier so far. Runs not easy to come by. Story of the bowling so far. Catherine Bryce bowled 2 overs, bowled nicely too, 1 for 8. Chatterjee was expensive. 10 runs coming off her over. Rachel Hawkins bowled nicely, the off spinner, 9 from 2. Maksud has been very, very good. Isabel Joyce has left me. And as I mentioned her, a Scottish legend. Well, I might just dim it down a little bit. A great of the game. Ian, how are you doing?
Absolutely not, but pleasure to be here. And, well, a decent start by Bangladesh so far. And there she is, the 14-year-old Catherine Fraser. One of the stories of the tournament before it got underway. She's having a great one so far as well. Picking up a couple wickets as well. Not to mention that absolutely superb catch early on in the game, just diving to her right-hand side. Let's see the damage she can do today.
Well, off spin, classical action. And 14 years of age, absolutely no fear. Just go out and enjoy yourself. Enjoy the occasion.
I was saying she has that real kind of magic effect, like, you know, it always looks like something's going to happen. Very reminiscent of Kirsty Gordon. It's just swept away, but yeah, Kirsty Gordon, you know, now England international. Part of that, you know, set up down there, you know, former Scottish international, and, you know, reminiscent of that and the kind of energy that's brought in the team and the moments she creates. And at just 14 years old as well. Spectacular.
How does something like that go down in Scottish cricket when one of their own goes and plays for England? Since as you brought it up, I might as well ask you.
Well, Becky Glenn doing really well there on the boundary. Well, I think it's about circumstances and, you know, the opportunity to play. I'm sure everyone wants the dream of playing in World Cups and being part of the Ashes, and the opportunity, I can only imagine, would be very difficult to turn down, and training down Loughborough. It's a wonderful opportunity. Swept away really nicely again. Bangladesh batters really happy just to maintain the singles. That's Lorna Jat doing the fielding there, and she's got an absolute rifle of an arm.
Well, good strong shots by Bangladesh so far. Good options. No wild slogs. They've rotated the strike nice. They've used their sweeps well. They've come down the wicket well. It's good batting, good clever batting. Well bowled. Well bowled. Held it back nicely. So Sultana Jyoti on the charge, just held it back nicely. Good cricket.
Well, Mary Erskine's pupil in the run-up to the game was telling the press, you know, had to take a couple of weeks off school. That's high in the air. No fielder there. It's Becky Glenn once again doing the pickup duties there for Scotland. Really good arm in. Well, taking 2 weeks off to try and qualify for the Cricket World Cup. Well, pardon me, a Women's T20 World Cup. What's good over there? Just 4 off it there for Catherine Fraser.
Well, if she can do a good job, she'll have to take a bit more time off, because that could be 4 or 5 weeks down under. And what a great prize at the end of this week. 2 sides will qualify for the ICC Women's World Cup in Australia. A wonderful place to play cricket. Probably one of the best places in the world to play. All these sides will be dreaming of that moment. But for the time being, a lot of work to be done. 42 for 1. Even Steven, you would think. A lot of wickets in hand, but the run rate's not getting away from Scotland. Makshood's going to continue. She's been good so far. 11 off her 2. Well bowled. Excellent. Cramping Jyoti for room. Yeah, really good. Smiles on faces. Enjoying their cricket.
When Maksood gets that tight line, it becomes incredibly difficult for the batters to play, and I'm sure Catherine Bryce will be hoping she gets that. We've seen glimpses of it.
Well, just struggling a little bit to time the ball off the slower bowlers, the Bangladesh batsmen, Bangladesh batters. Just chipped for a couple there. Maybe that little bit of rain early in the innings has just slowed up the outfield. That ball just seemed to plug a little bit. Early in the day, it was running away nicely. Scotland look to be playing a fairly compact game. Good game plan. Bangladesh are going about their business now. They look a good side, Bangladesh. They're well matched. They've got pace. They've got some left arm spinner, right arm off spinner. Got some classical batsmen, it must be said. Some really nice batters in their lineup. Powerful stroke makers at the back end. So they're going to be tough to beat in this tournament. All Scotland can do, you feel, is just hang in the game as long as possible.
It's all about pressure. The Scotland side, something that has dipped in the couple of games they've played. You know, they unfortunate just getting a I think for the side, they wanted to get a full game against the USA. You know, the weaker side in the tournament, and build the confidence possibly after that quadrangular series, and get some runs in the legs, and most importantly wickets, because Scotland do not tend to bowl teams out fully after 20 overs. It's a good partnership here. 29 of 36 balls is 45 for 1.
Well, pulled away slightly leg side, but there's protection again. Good work by the captain, Catherine Bryce, getting her fielders in the right position for the right bowler. Absolutely pivotal. Good crowd here again, forming. I've said it once, I've said it again. Good crowd, good atmosphere, good mix of Scottish and Bangladeshi support, and a couple of beautiful golden retrievers to boot. Full toss, missed out again. 3 or 4 times already Bangladesh have got the ball on the full toss and just managed to get it for a single. I spoke to the coach before the game, and it was one of his questions. He didn't understand how so many full tosses weren't put away for maximums or boundaries. It's an area they can improve on, Bangladesh, he feels.
The run rate just sitting at 3-2. And that's a wicket. And there we are, Sarah Bryce behind the stumps, and Maksud picks one out. And that spells the end of Katoon. Another wicket there for Scotland, 47 for 2 now.
Well, it's been coming. Maksud has been good. Excellent leg spin bowling. Good control. All innings so far. Shake of the head for Rashida Katoon. Good stumping by Bryce. Bowled Maksud 26 off 27. It was a good knock. But she's got to go. Lovely bit of work here. Through. Yeah, brilliant. Wonderful gloves. Never easy. That's missed leg stump. That's as good a stumping as you'll see. Excellent work by Sarah Bryce behind the stumps.
Yeah, really showing her class there. Sarah Bryce, she's had moments of absolute brilliance. We're just seeing Ritu Moni, new batter in at the crease here for Bangladesh. Well, it's one of my highlights of the tournament so far was that Sarah Bryce one-handed catch against the USA, just leaping forward. Nice start to the competition, but Moni, you're looking just to keep the run rate going.
Well, this is excellent glove work. Brilliant. That ball's gone through. Bat and pad down the leg side. Great gloves. Bails off in a flash. And an excellent decision. Jacqueline Williams, fantastic.
Well, Scotland will be looking to seize on this. Like I said, it's all about momentum with the side. Tend to dip against Papua New Guinea. Game started getting out of touch, and you just thought maybe a bit of energy in the field just could have kept the pressure on. We've just got another one.
You mentioned Scotland struggled to bowl sides out and take wickets. What are they missing in the lineup, if that's the case?
Well, they've got a lovely array of spin selection. I don't think they're missing anything. When all the cogs are working, it's wonderful. It's just a little bit of a misfield there. Maksud does the recovery duties, and the Bangladesh batter's just allowed to sneak in another one. See, Catherine Fraser not too impressed there. It's actually about just consistency of overs. You know, we saw Rachel Hawkins just have a bit of a duff over Lorna Jack. A couple of full tosses against Papua New Guinea, and a big shot there. And that's 4 runs. A wonderful shot by Jyoti. Just pulled really nicely.
Well, that's a good shot. Full toss again. They've missed out on 2 or 3 already. Jyoti's not going to miss out now. Her eye's in. Big full toss. Smash leg side. There is protection. But Jyoti gets it right in the gap. Excellent cricket. And that fans are delighted. Always full of noise. Wonderful to see. Everywhere Bangladesh go, they get great support. Not quite as loud as Mirpur or Chattogram, but making some good noise nonetheless.
Well, the effort there to dry the ball just does show how wet the outfield still is. It's been continually raining throughout the day.
Pulled away leg side again. Oh, back-to-back 4s. Sultana Jyoti, you little beauty. Superb batting. Leg side bang bang.
Can't help but think there's a pre-game plan to target Catherine Fraser here. And 2 consecutive deliveries just played onto that side and hit really nicely. Really wonderful effort on the boundary line there by Katie McGill, just sliding, but just not enough. Hit really clean, carrying the pace of the ball all the way to the line. And again, in the same area, but this time McGill does get her hands on it. Good pickup.
That's a good over so far. 11 off it. Still with a ball left as we approach the halfway stage, and Bangladesh are very well placed. Just the 2 wickets down. Fraser under pressure. 15 off for 1.5. Can she close out the over? Tucked away. Good cricket. Really smart from Bangladesh. 10 overs bowled. 59 for 2.
Just looking at the projected run rate there of 110 plus at this current run rate, and you know, it's a daunting task for Scotland, but they do have the capabilities of hitting that. You know, Sarah Bryce, wonderful with the bat. Her sister Catherine Bryce just had a spell at Loughborough Lightning down in the Kia Super League. She can perform. She's been one of the top run scorers in the competition so far. So they do have the capabilities behind the bat, not to mention Lorna Jack, Ruth Willis with back-to-back half centuries in the Cup final the weekend prior to this tournament. They're them wonderful dogs you're talking about. Gorgeous sight of the cricket.
How has Scotland's preparation been coming into this tournament? Have they had a domestic T20 fixtures to get the players in form?
So they do have the women's regional side with the Stormers and the Eagles, which is a fantastic tournament, and it's been, as you can see, raising the level of Scotland women's cricket. But the side has been busy. They had their trip to La Manga in the ICC Women's T20 World Cup Europe final, where they placed the Netherlands and Germany. Then the new girls into the world of European cricket. Netherlands topped it, but they had a couple of fantastic encounters. Then this quadrangular series beforehand, picking up a win against Thailand. They picked up a victory against Ireland as well, their second only victory. So they've had plenty of cricket. That loss against Papua New Guinea could cost them, and just picked up really nicely. And it's a wide ball there. Just the one wicket to Maqsood's name so far.
Well, Bangladesh may be well versed just to see this over out. Take 5 or 6 singles. Maqsood's been good so far. Nick past the keeper. No chance for the keeper, and understandably so, no slip in place. So Maqsood, on one hand, the captain's saying to her leg spinner, her trump bowler, you would think so far, I'm going to keep you on, I need you to get a wicket, but then at the same time not backing the spinner with a slip fielder. A bowl. Scotland need a wicket, because anything over 120 you think is going to be a tall order. Runs have been hard to come by all tournament.
Oh, Fuller delivery and grabs the wicket there. The bail straight off. That's Ritu Moni. Maqsood picks up a second. Wonderful bit of bowling there.
Well, I think it might have been a full toss. And Ritu Moni will be walking off thinking, how have I missed that? Credit Maqsood and credit the captain. Catherine Bryce keeping her trump card on. She knew she needed a couple of wickets. Maqsood has delivered once again. She's been excellent today, the leg spinner. Let's have a little look at this. Ritu Moni, perplexed as she strolls off. Clean bowled. She's been good. Tough conditions for a leg spinner. Flighted delivery. Let's have a little look at this. Good action. Nice approach to the crease. Flighted, yeah. Almost a full toss. Ritu Moni just playing slightly across the line. Should have tried to hit it to long on as opposed to mid wicket. Just plays over the top of one. One of those wickets, you're sitting down in the dressing room, you just think, how have I missed that?
Yeah, it certainly had a bit of dip there. Just taken really nicely, and the bail as well. Scotland needed that. 62 for 3 now. The 11th over to keep them going, and it's Pinky, the new batter at the crease for Bangladesh. Just prodded forward. Really nice start.
Well, the captain's got to put a slip in here. 2 balls left of her spell. She's bowled superbly. She's hardly bowled a bad ball. She's already had a couple of edges. Go past the vacant slip. Stick a slip in. Gamble for another wicket. Well bowled. This is excellent. This has been as good a spell of leg spin bowling as I've seen in this tournament so far. Really impressive. Hardly a bad ball bowled. And as a leg spinner, sometimes you get a bit of bad bowling, drag down or full toss. Not today. Finish well. Good work. Really good spell of bowling. Maqsood, fantastic. 4 overs, 2 for 20. 11 overs bowled. 63 for 3.
Well, really great spell there. Maqsood, 2 for 20. Scotland got to start turning the screw here. Really keep this momentum up, and 114 is the projected score of this current run rate. So we bid farewell O'Brien. Welcome back, Isabel Joyce. Well, ebb and flow of cricket here on full display.
Yeah, previous over was really good for Bangladesh. They scored heavily against the teenage Catherine Fraser. I think you're right. I think they decided they were going to take it to the youngster. Her first tournament at this level, and she wasn't up to the task at the time. But then what a spell from Maqsood. I think she just got a bit of dip, got the ball to go under the bat, and it's a change of bowling from the pavilion end. Katie McGill didn't have a good day out last day against Papua New Guinea, had an expensive over, so lots to prove for her. Bowls a good slower ball, probably bowls more slower balls than she does her seam deliveries, and she'll want to show that she can come back from a poor performance on Sunday. So it's the new batter on strike, Fargana Hook, also known as Pinky. She's 1 from 3. These two will run extremely well together.
Really nice start there by Keeney McGill. You said, you know, she often goes for that slower delivery, right on the toes as well. Bowls a really nice Yorker. Wonderful bowler at the death, actually. A couple of occasions out in La Manga at the Europe finals. But she's perfectly capable of doing that nice line and length, medium pace. She needs to pull out of the bag here.
Worked into the leg side by Pinky. Sarah Bryce gives chase. Yeah, coaches talk about handing over from one bowler to the next. Maqsood's done a fantastic job, 2 for 20 in her 4 overs. She's handed it over to Katie McGill, and can she do the same? Who's she going to hand the ball over to, first of all, and can she go for 6 or less in her over, the 12th over of the game? And it's slid down leg side. Sarah Bryce can't collect it. It's going to go all the way. That extra bit of pace of Katie McGill, she's paying the price for that. So a big moment for her. Can she follow this up with a good ball? Because she won't want a repeat of the last game.
Yeah, it was a tough over against Papua New Guinea. A couple of full tosses and they were dispatched really nicely by the batters, and Scotland seemed to just lose momentum there, and Papua New Guinea all of a sudden believed they could chase down that 101.
Into the leg side, they'll come back for 2. And they won't take it. Just popped up by the fielder's chase there. Chatterjee. And popped up for a good throw over the stumps by Ellen Watson.
Well, that wicket came at a really good time for Scotland. You know, that partnership was starting to build, and they got lucky with the timing of it. 7 already off the over here for McGill.
The slower ball we spoke about. Big gap in mid-wicket, but same fielder, Alan Watson, comes in to keep it to 1. So with Maqsood bowled out, she's kind of Scotland's trump card. Who do you expect to come on next, Ian?
We'll be saving the captain, Catherine Bryce, for the end as well. I could possibly go back to Fraser. Abby Aiken's out the squad today in the place of Ellen Watson, so we could see an appearance of her.
That's really well bowled by McGill. When she bowls a good length, it's just coming off the surface a little bit slowly, so really difficult to face. I'd like to see her just keep hitting that nagging length and letting the ball do the work. Another slower ball, really full like you spoke about. I think that was where Pinky meant it to go, but effective nonetheless. Sorry, Jyoti. And that brings about the end of the 12th over. A good one from Katie McGill, apart from that a dark spot, which is 5 wides. And Bangladesh are 72 for 3. And that's the story so far for Bangladesh. Rashida Khatun did well up front. She's just into the team, 26 for 27. Jyoti still in the middle. She's starting to find her feet. Missed out in a few full tosses early, but puts them away in the last few overs, so she'll grow into the game. And she's joined by Fargana Hook, the engine room of the Bangladesh team. So you called it. Rachel Hawkins returns. It's changing ends to the Nursery Road end. The tall off spinner.
It's a really good decision here by Catherine Bryce. Changing ends. Just mix it up a little bit. Maksud was succeeding over there. That's cut away really nicely. Just going to find McGill. Just doing the fielding duties. Well, Hawkins will be hoping to pick one up here. It's going to be lethal. She's one of those nagging bowlers. No, consistently right at the bowler's toes if she gets her length right and can frustrate that. It was a really nice use of the feet there by Jyoti.
Short, quicker, push behind point. And Ellen Watson thought she could cut it off, but ends up chasing behind. So I'm not sure that that's the option to go for Pinky. Not enough pace on the ball. Ball's not moving quickly over the ground. You're only going to get one playing that shot. I think she might be eyeing up over mid-off, over extra cover. Jodie well played out to that cover. Boundary fielder again. It's McGill. So now 12 overs gone. You'd have to think that one of these Bangladesh players has to go. One of them has to go on the attack.
Here we go. This is the intensity I was talking about. Scotland seem pretty happy right now just to accept the singles. It's about creating chances, and that's fielded really nice there by Chatterjee, doing a bit of acrobatics on the ground.
Yeah, good change up from Hawkins. She's been bowling wider outside off, and she straightened that one up, just cramped Pinky up for room. There's that wider one again. Pinky's eyes lit up. She thought she was going to get her hands right through for a boundary, but bit of dip and bounce. And she gets that one. She hits it really well square of the wicket. Katie McGill coming around. It'll only be a couple, but she's placed it well.
Well, Hawkins has played that wide line mostly over there, and that shot was waiting to come there. Really nicely done. 77 for free after 13. I'll be interested to see who Catherine Bryce goes for now. Will they be going back to Katie McGill? She is running up.
Yeah, just one poor ball in the previous over, and unfortunately it went to the boundary. No wide, so 5 wides, something you hate to see. But the rest of the over was pretty good, and especially when she hit a good length outside off stump, it was nigh on impossible to score any runs off her. And the other thing to note is that she is a really good fielder off her own bowling, Katie McGill, so they won't be able to drop and run like they have been against some other bowlers. Played behind point, bit of a crash there, but well fielded in the end. I think Jyoti's decided she's going to be the one around whom the Bangladeshis will bat. Pinky Pot probably going to accelerate at this point. Just 7 overs, just under 7 overs left. Lovely shot, but she finds the fielder at extra cover.
That's that really nice slower delivery there. And now, just looking back and thinking about that game against Papua New Guinea and that over that was bowled there, and another one by Abby Aiken, dispatched as well. It's made the circumstances of this game so much more important for Scotland.
Played well down to long on by Jyoti. Yeah, they've made their task very difficult here, Scotland. They have to beat Bangladesh or they're ahead of the tournament.
That was a real shock victory. Papua New Guinea came to the surprise of many people at the ground at Arbroath. A really great turnout, but wasn't enough runs on the board for Scotland.
Full toss, worked leg side. They're running hard, they want to. Becky Glenn picks up, but she won't be able to keep them down to 1. Well placed from Pinky. Didn't try to overhit that. Bangladesh moving on to 80. Plenty of batting still to come, just the 3 wickets down. That's that length we spoke about. Well worked single. And one pet peeve of mine is when fielders throw the ball in And there's no chance of a run out. Just why give the batting team the chance? We've seen it a few times, a few overthrows, ball hitting the stump and an extra run. Every run counts so much in this tournament. In the context of this tournament, runs are hard to come by, so every run counts. Another slower delivery, tries to work it for a single, but she doesn't manage it. So good finish from Katie McGill. 14 gone. Bangladesh move on to 81 for 3.
Yeah, really nice sensitivity over there. Now Scotland will be keen to just keep the pressure on. You just see the bowling card here, and now Maksud, the standout for Scotland. 2 wickets for 20 runs. Expensive over from Chatterjee, Catherine Bryce. Just the 2 overs and will be saved for the end.
We'll say goodbye to Ian and welcome back Niall O'Brien to the commentary box as Rachel Hawkins bowls her final over. Straight again, really good length. Unable to score any runs off that. Pinky, welcome back Niall.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Scotland are fighting hard. Bangladesh are well placed though.
Great footwork. Slashes that one away. Katie McGill has work to do, but she's up to it. Keeps it down to 2 runs. Good sliding stop, and she's being made to work out there, Katie McGill. Especially difficult when you're in the middle of your bowling spell now. Not that you'd know too much about that.
No, not ideal when you're bowling and you're sent out to the outer reaches and you've got to chase and chase hard.
So she's been pursuing a wide line most of the time, Rachel Hawkins, but I think that's the better option. Bowl straight. That's well played from Pinky. She scurries down. She wants the strike. What I love about this Bangladesh team is they don't really feel the pressure. Because they put themselves under pressure every single game. They all want to be that player that does it for the team. They want to be the one that scores the runs or takes the wickets. So when they do come into a pressure situation, they're already used to it.
Yeah, well, they're playing well. Run rate nearly 6 and over. And from the off, they've looked good. With the bat, they've put the bad ball away. They've rotated strike very well. Limited the dot balls, and Scotland have plugged away and fought hard, but they haven't come up with too many wicket-taking options so far.
Slashed away, half chance at point. Good fielding in the deep there. Really good work from Ruth Willis. But yeah, half chance at point there. Ellen Watson giving an effort, but wasn't to be. Just didn't go to hand those ones either. Go to you or they don't. Not much you can do about it.
Difficult fielding conditions. I think Scotland have done pretty well so far. It's wet, greasy. The rain is coming down fairly hard now, and they've done well in the field. Wet ball as well, not easy for the spinner.
Well, she's done pretty well. Short again. Blocked and kicked by Jyoti. That will finish out Rachel Hawkins' spell of 4 overs. A decent one. Not for 21 for her. And Bangladesh are 88 for 3. Last 5 overs. What do you think a good score is here now?
Well, I think if they can get 7 and over, 35 more, something in around the 125 would be a good score. I think it'd be a very good score. Brollies are up, folks. That's Ted Shedd. And that man, Ted, is a legend of this club. Played a long time, got a lot of wickets. I was tweeting about him earlier on. This is the batting card so far. Khatun was playing well, 26. It was a great stumping by Bryce, fantastic. Jyoti is still there, 28 off 32. Pinky going nicely. Rain is coming down fairly heavy now. I think 125, 130 would be a very good score. It'd be very challenging for Scotland. We might have a reduced chase second innings with the rain. It might play into Scotland hand. Although wickets in hand here for Bangladesh will help the Duckworth Lewis if that comes into play. So at the moment, Scotland up against it.
So Catherine Fraser returning for her second spell. It's a good start, good length. She strayed a bit short near the back end of her first 2 overs. So another opportunity being given to her by the skipper. And she'll want to improve on the last over that she bowled, where she went over the rope a couple of times.
Well, they've struggled to take wicket-taking opportunities, Scotland, so far.
Dances down over extra cover. That's a beautiful shot. Really good use of the feet and the wrists. Jyoti gets her hands through, doesn't overhit it. You don't have to hit it too far over the boundary, Niall. It just needs to go an inch.
Well, that's a good shot. Really, really good. The footwork makes this shot look so easy. It's not an easy shot at all. Skip down the wicket. Good contact. Nice level base when you're hitting. Really good stroke. Trickles away over the wet outfield for 4.
A hopeful appeal from Fraser. I don't think she thought it was out. She just went up when her keeper did, but very difficult to tell if that hit the bat or not. Jyoti didn't seem too perturbed, so she survives.
Well, full toss. Smashed away. Finds the fielder in the deep.
Becky Glenn, well fielded from her. For a
She's been
second,
busy out there, Becky Glenn, hasn't she?
Yeah, I thought she might be in the game for a catch, but didn't quite reach her. Becky Glenn and Katie McGill, the two doing the work out there. Lorna Jack is marshalling the offside boundary.
Well, I saw Lorna Jack going through a fitness test only 10 minutes ago. Ah, it's a fabulous stroke. Absolutely wonderful again. Great footwork. Got down to the pitch, got on the half volley and smashed it past the bowler, and mid-off was in the ring. Brilliant shot.
You have to feel for Fraser here. It's not a bad delivery. It's just a great shot from Pinky. She has a lot of experience playing off spinners. She's a number of them in her team. She's played a good number of years, and she does like to use her feet and hit. She hits very straight, likes to hit the sight screen. I've been hit into the sight screen a number of times by her myself. And they'll want to really accelerate here, Bangladesh, with the rain falling. It's getting heavier and heavier, and I think it's getting more and more difficult to bowl. So keep an eye on the umpires. They might think about bringing the players off soon. Flatter delivery, cut away. Lorna Jack doing great work again out there. Good throw from her on the bounce. That's the end of the 16th. Bangladesh 99 for 3.
Well, it's been a tough afternoon for Fraser. 3 overs for 27. Tough audition at the highest level. It's no easy games. These opponents, yeah, the umpires is having a little conflab. Not happy with the weather. They've got to try and stay out there as long as they can. I like that from the umpires, but it is quite heavy. They will try and get as full a game as 20 overs as possible. This player safety will come into it, of course. But at the moment, they're happy enough. It's rain, but it's not too heavy. And Bangladesh will be happy enough. 99 for 3. 4 overs to play. If they can get another 40, up around the 135, the 140 is going to be within reach. Captain is going to come back into the attack. Catherine Bryce, I just thought she might have brought herself back into attack a little bit earlier, try and get a breakthrough. Needed a wicket maybe the middle of the innings.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit paint by numbers. She bowls 2 at the start, 2 at the end. I probably didn't recognise Catherine Bryce, that she should have come back earlier, tried to snag a wicket, especially when Maqsood was finished. Would have liked to see her bowl 1 then and 1 at the back end. Straight away up in the block hole, long on is out. So a single to start off for Sarah Bryce.
Sometimes as a captain, you've got to take a punt. You've got to take a gamble. You've got to bring your strike bowler back on, or you need a wicket. The umpires are having a chat here. I think this rain is coming down, and the umpire takes her hat off to see how heavy the rain actually is. Sometimes a good idea.
Well, she's from Australia, does her umpiring in Adelaide, so wouldn't be used to these kind of conditions. And I have to apologise, I keep on calling Catherine Bryce Sarah Bryce. Can't seem to figure those 2 names out.
Well, one's got a pair of keeping gloves on and one's bowling, so that's how I try and figure them out.
That's well fielded by Maqsood in point. She missed one in the previous over to her right. Obviously more comfortable diving to her left. That's really well done from her in point.
Good work, good support. I was just saying before We spoke about the rain. Sometimes you need to bring a strike bowler on in the middle of the innings to try and break the partnership.
That's a great appeal. Brilliant from Catherine Bryce. That one was an easy decision for Eloise Sheridan. She raises the finger. And I think that was a formality, really. Catherine Bryce knew what the answer would be.
Well, look, plumb in front. Slightly short of a length. Went on the back foot to pull it away. Missed it. Distraught.
Yeah, she didn't read the slower ball. Pinky, she thought it was going to be a normal delivery, played it as if it was going to come on quicker. Disappointment for her. She was going well, started playing a few beautiful shots. There it is, slower ball through, hit on the back leg right in front of middle stump. You won't get much easier decisions to make than that as an umpire.
Yep, plumb in front. But a good knock all the same, and a very good partnership. Bangladesh 101 for 4, they're well placed. 130, maybe even 140s on the cards here.
And it's the star of their previous game, Fahima Khatun, at the crease. Played some wonderful strokes, really eye-catching stuff. Likes to paddle the ball over the wicketkeeper. Full shot on this occasion. And it was another slower ball, but she was up to the task. I think she was expecting that slower ball after the previous wicket.
Well, generally there's no value bowling short on this pitch. All the bowlers that have bowled well have attacked the stumps. A lot of bowls, a couple of cut behinds and LBs. Attack those stumps. A bit of movement either way.
That's a better length. Well worked from Jyoti. Happy to take the single. I think she's giving the task of hitting quick runs to her partner Fahima Khatun, who'll relish the task.
Well, Bryce giving herself the responsibility to bowl the overs at the back end. She's picked up 2 for 12. She's been impressive so far.
Played out to cover for another single. Bangladesh move on to 104, breaking that magic 100.
Yeah, good run rate. 17 overs gone, 104 for 4, over 6 and over. So on a pitch that has been difficult to chase runs down on. Bangladesh are well placed. Losing the toss, of course. Being inserted, which seems to be par for the course here in Forfarshire Cricket Club. Inserted, but they've batted well.
So Jyoti just protecting her bat there. That's her prized possession, obviously. That's how she earns her crust, batting, so she has to look after her kit, so you can't blame her. Fahima Khatun not as worried about hers.
Yeah, Fahima Khatun's a good striker, good cricketer. Rain is coming down again. Yeah, I think the umpires have had enough. They've called for the covers. Too heavy, and that will probably be the end of the Bangladesh innings. We'll get you an update as soon as the umpires come off, but it just got a little bit heavier. The umpire said, yeah, enough's enough. Ball's getting too wet, too greasy underfoot. And a job well done, you think, by the Bangladeshi batters. They've played well. Scotland have tried hard, they've worked hard, fielded well, but struggled to contain the Bangladeshi batters. It'll probably be the end of that innings, and when we come back, it should be a decent run chase on our hands.
And that's the story so far from Bangladesh. Jyoti almost a run a ball, 35. She's not out at this point in time. Happy, a great innings from her, 26. Really busy at the crease with Jyoti, as well as Pinky. Catherine Bryce, 2 wickets for her. She's done really well, as has Maxud. She's impressed massively. Hawkins, no wickets for her efforts. And McGill doing a good job in her 2 overs. So during this rain break, we'll take a short break, and hopefully we'll be back with you shortly if the rain does subside.
off at 6 p.m. It's going to be an 8-over game, and Scotland needs 63 to win. Please welcome the bowling team Bangladesh and the opening batters from Scotland.
Wonderful news here from Forfarshire Cricket Club. We've got cricket, live cricket, and Scotland, they're going to have a run chase. We've had a lot of rain, but the ground staff have worked very, very hard. Bangladesh, their innings is over. They were on 104 for 4 off 17 when the rain came. Duckworth-Lewis means Scotland needs 63 to win in 8 overs. It's going to be absolutely pulsating cricket here. It's wonderful. Bangladesh have played well so far, but Scotland have an opportunity. A difficult opportunity, must be said, but it's a chance. A shortened game. 10 wickets in hand. Isabel Joyce alongside me. Who's favourites at the halfway stage?
Well, Bangladesh will fancy their chances. 63 to defend and just 8 overs. It is a chance for Scotland. They have to chase these down if they're going to get to the semi-final. Those wickets in hand for Bangladesh, key to push up the asking to 63. A tall order. That's Sarah Bryce facing the first bowler, sister down the other end, and those two will have to do the most of the work if Scotland are going to overturn Bangladesh. Here we go. Short and wide and hit firmly out to the cover boundary. There is a fielder out there. She does well, tidies it up. Good throw in. They'll come back for 2. A good start for Scotland, but they'll need plenty more of that.
Well, this is a great opportunity for the Bryce sisters to showcase their skills to the world. 2 very talented cricketers, but they're up against a very talented bowler in Janahara Alam. Good pace. Spoke to her earlier on. She says she enjoys bowling here. A bit more in the wicket for the seam bowler on this ground. So a good test. They've got a slip in place. New ball in hand. It should be wonderful entertainment for the crowd who've stayed through the poor weather.
And that's a better length from Jahanara. A bit straighter. Sarah Bryce looking like she doesn't know whether to come forward or go back. And you can just see in mid-on that player, Nahida Akhtar, is warming up. She was the star of the last game. Bowled brilliantly to make sure that Bangladesh got their second win. She'll be hoping that she can help them get their third, and well on the way to qualification for that World Cup.
Well bowled. Good line, good length. Thick inside edge. Runs away safely for another single. Well, they've got nothing to lose here, Scotland. They've got 8 overs. Throw bat to ball. You've got 10 wickets in hand. Don't die wondering. Take the attack to the bowler. The wonderful bowler. Right arm, fast bowler. Good pace. Operates in and around that off stump line more times than not. Attacks the stumps. Attacks the top of the off stump. What you want for your captain. That's why she can be afforded the luxury of having a slip fielder in place.
Short again, but that one just hasn't got up at all. So Jahannar claps her wicket keeper, says she's done a good job. You have to say, Niall, that the ground staff here at Forfeiture Cricket Club have been incredible these past few days, led of course by Derek Trail. They've done an amazing job to make sure that plenty of cricket's got played, even though the weather has been very indifferent.
Yeah, hats off to the ground staff. It's not a great place to be a groundsman, I don't think, Dundee. You've got a lot of work to do. Probably better off being a groundsman in somewhere like Adelaide or Sydney, somewhere in Brisbane. Nice sunshine, but fabulous. The ground's in good nick. The wicket's actually played very well. Hasn't been too much movement off the seam. Advancing, chips leg side. It's good cricket. Very good cricket. Coming down the wicket to the fast bowler and just chipping it in the gap. 1s and 2s will win it for you. Pick up the odd boundary. Rotate the strike. The key here for Scotland, a couple of good overs up top. Keep wickets in hand for the last 2 or 3 overs. Limit the dot balls. You need to pick up 1s off nearly every ball. You pick up a boundary or 2 every over or 2, and you're in the game. Even if it means last 2 overs, you need 20 or 22 of the last 2. You're in the game with wickets in hand.
Just as changing the field as Jahanara Alam decides to go around the wicket. She's taken her slip out and she's put in a fine leg. Well bowled from her, flirting with the wide line, but of course when you come around the wicket it's very difficult for the umpire to tell. I think that probably was a wide, but she's got away with it, and that's the end of the first. Scotland 5-0.
Well, it shows good skill to be able to bowl over the wicket, round the wicket. It's going to be a tall order here for Scotland, but the players on the sideline look fairly keen and excited. This is the batting lineup. Lorna Jack will potentially come in next. Got Becky Glenn, Chatterjee, who bowled an expensive over earlier on, but who can Scotland look to here, Isabel, to give the ball a bit of a nudge later on?
Well, they've carded her at number 10, Rachel Hawkins, but she's padded up and ready to go. Long levers, she can hit a big ball. Rachel Hawkins used to open the batting for Scotland in T20, really attacking. And spin is her favourite form of bowling to face, so plenty of that on offer here. She'll want to get in and make her mark. She bowled well earlier on, didn't take any wickets but did well, but it's got to be these two who do the most of the work, and there she is, Nahida Akhtar. Bowled really well last game to take the Player of the Match award, and yeah, she gives it good flight, good turn, bowls a good few arm balls. And that's not the way to get to 63 from 8 overs for Sarah Bryce. Just poking at that one. No more than 1 possibly if she'd made contact now.
Yeah, Nahida Akhtar was very good yesterday, picking up a number of wickets, bowled well, good variation, very good control. Flighted down the wicket, gone. Oh, it's a beauty. That's an absolutely crackerjack delivery. Left arm orthodox, a little bit of drift in and just holding and turning ever so slightly. Bryce was down the wicket in the end, just trying to defend, but beaten all ends up, and an easy bit of keeping. for the first wicket for Bangladesh.
And it is Lorna Jack who's going to go in. Sarah Bryce has to go for 3 from 5. Has a quick word with Jack to tell her probably there's a bit of turn. She's kicking herself. She knows she didn't commit to the shot. If she could do it all over again, I think she'd probably run down with a bit of pace and just try and whack the bowler over her head.
Well, I'm not sure what she was laughing at because she just got stumped. She was laughing to her teammate.
8 overs. So they're happy for Scotland to just try and hit over the field. They're keeping all their fielders on the ring. Flighted, strongly played, 3-point. That's gone through really well, but the fielder in the deep misses, slips, and it's the opener. Rashida Khatun, not so happy now.
Well, great shot. Catherine Bryce, square drive, hit with real power. Nahida gave her a little bit of width. That's all Bryce needed. Steered a pass point. Point rather dived over one. Had too much pace on it. Good effort in the deep. Good commitment. Too much power. And a good boundary. A welcome boundary. 12 for 1 off. 2 overs. And Scotland still in the game. Needing 63 from 8 overs after the rain break. Duckworth Lewis coming up at 63 off 8. 10 wickets in hand to start. You give yourself half a chance. Plenty of options for Bangladesh. Ritu Moni, good cricketer. Khatun herself, a nice bowler, but Alam and Nahida Akhtar are the 2 linchpins of this bowling attack.
Yeah, she did a fantastic job for Bangladesh yesterday. Ritu Moni took 2 wickets. Nothing too special, just runs up bowls quite slow, puts it in good areas and asks the batter to create all the pace. And on this wicket, that's a good idea because it's not easy to generate pace off it. Just kind of trundles in and asks questions of the batter, Niall.
Well, right arm over. Short run up. Keeper standing up. Short and wide. Ooh, flirting with the wide line there. Gets away with it. Ritu Moni, but Scotland, as I've mentioned, have nothing to lose. Need to find ways of getting that 8 to 10 runs per over. Catherine Bryce and Lorna Jack at the crease currently. Short one. Nudged. It's only going to be 1. Bangladesh fielding is always good. Energy is fantastic. Sometimes not easy when you've been sitting on the sidelines for a good hour and a half, wondering when you're going to get out and play. They're right on the ball here, Bangladesh. Encouraging every ball, backing up every throw.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Scottish batters batting on off stump here. She's clearly bowling for that wide line. No pace. She's got a fielder out on the cover boundary. 5 fielders on the offside, so need to get closer to it, Scotland. That's 3 deliveries really close to the wide line. They just can't get any power or even make contact with the ball on 2 occasions.
Well, it's a better shot. Square drive. Fabulous, fabulous shot. And Catherine Bryce looks a real player. Looks a real talent. That's her 2nd square drive of the day, and that one's better than the first. Beautiful technique. Nice high backswing. Foot to the pitch of the ball and just threw her hands through a wonderful stroke.
Yeah, that's Pinky out in the boundary. She gave up the ghost quite early on. She knew she wasn't going to get there. She didn't put in the dive, keeping her greens clean.
Straighter. Nudged for 1. Good single. Good running. Good running. Catherine Bryce looks a real talent, I must say. Bowls well. Up front and at the back end. Bowls the tough overs for her country. And then takes responsibility up top of the order with the bat. A real find for Scottish cricket. Smashed in the air. That should be gone. Is gone. Simple catch. A leading edge. In the air for a long time, but fairly easy catch in the end, and that's the 2nd wicket for Scotland.
Not a lot of foot movement there for Lorna Jack. She tried to go over, but didn't get close enough to the ball. Caught it high on the bat, and it was Well taken in the end from Salma Khatun, who came in from extra cover to take that kind of at her shins. Never easy to take the catch when the ball's a bit wet. Your hands are cold, you've been sitting around for a while, but she didn't let that chance go by. Let's take a look at that again. Kind of went across the ball, Lorna Jack sliced it to extra cover, and I'm really surprised that the Bangladesh skipper decided to roll that ball along the ground. And that brings Rachel Hawkins to the crease. Huge amount of pressure as that brought about the end of the third over. Scotland 18 for 2. Huge amount of work to do for the pair at the crease.
Well, Rachel Hawkins, as you mentioned, can hit a clean ball, has experience batting up in the top order in T20 cricket. Bowled well today, bowled her off spinners nicely. Very economical, but she needs to do something special with the bat here. Herself and Catherine Bryce, you feel, need to put on a big partnership, somewhere in the region of a 35-40 run partnership. Here we go, Fahima. Well bowled, that's good. That should be out too. Wow, direct hit would have been close.
They have to do it, they've got to take the fielders on, but the bowlers should have got back to the stumps. Fahima Khatun missing an opportunity there. Rachel Scull is not the quickest between the wickets. Tough to move those long legs that quickly.
Goes across the stumps, hit her outside the line. Pleading with the umpire, that's a good call. Very good decision. Eloise Sheridan, who's celebrating her 34th birthday today, and she's doing a stellar job, but in the middle. Big appeal there, but clearly outside the line. Leg spinner turning the ball away, so didn't have too much going for it.
Wider, flatter, really well bowled from Fahima. She got excited there, not really sure what for, but we were impressed earlier on by the leg spin of Abtaha Maqsood, and Fahima Khatun is following it up really well. Difficult conditions for leg spin, but both of these leg spinners today have been up to the challenge. Short wide, makes contact this time. A really quick piece of fielding, but good backing up from Rachel Sculls. And not out, says Jacqueline Williams.
Well, it was great fielding because it was hit firmly to backward point. It was a good pickup and a good flat throw. Got the ball away very quickly, right beside the bails. Keeper didn't have much to do, but good running between the wickets. Good cricket all round, it must be said. Time to go now for Scotland. Tall order, need to get on with it. This is good fielding. Hit nice and hard. Excellent swooping. Good throw. Well, it was good work.
Swept. Not hit that hard, so it'll just be a single. Good fielding from Jahanara. Ill-advised going to the bowler's end. I hate when people throw to the bowler's end and there's not a chance of a run out. Just giving the bowler too much to do. The wicketkeeper's got the gloves, let them do the work.
Well, you mentioned the leg spinners. I think leg spinners and wicket keeping, two skill sets that have really stood out for me in this tournament so far. Great to see. Dabbed. Should be, yeah, good work. Short third. Keeping it to a single. Yeah, I'd be very impressed with the wicket keeping from all sides and the leg spin, the quality of leg spin bowling. 22 for 2 off 4 overs. Partnership's 4 off 6. They're going to have to get the foot down. We're halfway through. They need 63 in the 8 overs. And even my limited mathematics, they can't even say it, 41 in 4 overs. So just over 10s. And Scotland are going to have to go some. This is the state of play. Bangladesh, they were 104 for 4 off 17. They were in good position to get a big score. Bryce was good with the ball, 2 wickets. Maqsood was good. Jyoti played well, 35 not out. Rain came, 63 off 8. Scotland need. Big hit through the offside. Nice shot. There is cover. Power play is done and dusted, so Bangladesh, they can have a number of sweepers on the boundary, so Scotland going to have to play some wonderful shots, maybe go airborne, maybe try and take on the shorter boundary.
Strongly hit down the ground. Alam dives, but it just sneaks underneath her. Pinky coming around to cut off the 4. They'll just come back for 2. Rachel Hawkins. A really nice shot from her. Her height helping her. She can get to the pitch of the ball. Got the hands through. So good signs. She can continue to bat like that.
Well, that bit of fielding is known in Australia as a Sydney Harbour Bridge. You just dive over one. Misfield allowing Rachel Hawkins back for 2. Ritu not impressed. Misfield off for bowling. Hit through the offside again. Good work. It's only going to be a single. Bangladesh look really smart. A really good outfit. They seem to know who needs the ball when and their exact roles in the side. They have all bases covered. Really talented outfit, this Bangladeshi side.
Strongly hit again. Alam hits the stumps and allows them to come back for 2. Catherine Bryce. She's scampering through. Yeah, they've been together a long time, this Bangladesh unit. Every now and then you see 1 or 2 coming in and out, but by and large they've been together for a good number of years. Missing one of their key players, of course, at this tournament, Romana Ahmed. She was player of the tournament in 2015. She's another wonderful leg spinner. Well struck to the leg side from Catherine Bryce. There is a fielder out there. Nahid Akhtar tidying up. Yep, Romana Ahmed usually bats in the top 5, bowls 4 of as a leg spin, and she is a brilliant fielder. So they're doing well to do this without her. She'll no doubt be working hard to try and get back fit for the World Cup in 2020, should they make it.
Should they make it. Very good. Smashes it down the ground. Oh! Through the legs now. That should go for 4. Wow, that's a big boundary. Well struck by Rachel Hawkins. Foot to the pitch. Hit through the line. And is that a little momentum shifter? 5 overs ball, 33 for 2.
Could that be an over too late for Scotland? They still have so much to do, but what a wonderful strike that is from Rachel Hawkins. Of course, helped by the misfield from Jahanara Alam. You wonder why she didn't just get the leg behind it, make sure it only went for 1. They don't need wickets here, Bangladesh, so much as just they have to keep the runs down.
Well, fairly simple. 10 and over for 3 overs and you win the game. Scotland. Leg spin here again. Got to put the foot down here and try and get a couple of boundaries. This game is in the balance. 8 wickets in hand, Scotland. Fahima Khatun, just 1 over so far. Quality leg spinner. Wow, that's a big call. Very big call. Called wide by Eloise Sheridan. That's a bonus run for Scotland.
Cut well, straight into the hands of Fargana Hogue. And she's given her. Rachel Hawkins hasn't made her ground. I think she thought she'd got there, but it was like a replay. That one hit more firmly than the previous opportunity, and that perhaps the difference between the 2 chances. And that's a pity for Scotland, because Rachel Hawkins is looking like she might be the one to do it for them.
Well, it was a sharp throw. Good firm throw, very close to the stumps again. Keeper Jyoti didn't have much to do. And Williams looked like she felt she was home and safe. When she looked around, the look of anguish when the umpire Jacqueline Williams' finger was raised. We'll have another look at this run out, but it was a good bit of fielding, as always. Struck firmly on the back cut, but straight to the fielder. Wow, that's very close. We might need another look at that. There was no dive from Williams. Let's have a good look at this, Isabel. Your thoughts on this?
I think that if we had it slowed down, you might find that Rachel Hawkins was out, but very close call for Jacqueline Williams to make just to the naked eye. But that's why she's paid the big bucks now.
Goes across the stumps. Unorthodox, unconventional, but that's T20 cricket. That's why we love it. Just yields a single.
Yeah, just kind of shoveled that around there. Becky Glenn, the new batter. Would have liked to see her have a bigger swing. Could have maybe got her team a boundary, but the danger woman Bryce on strike again here, the skipper.
Down the wicket. Hits leg side, hits firmly, but there is protection again. Bangladesh seem to be one step ahead of Scotland at the moment. Every time Scotland go for a big shot, they've got the correct fielder in the correct place. So it's good cricket from the Bangladeshi side. They're playing well, closing out a game. They're squeezing the opposition. Cross the stumps again. Inside edge. Should just be a single. Oh, 5 Bangladeshi fielders converging on the ball. Just shows the enthusiasm, the effort. They want this win. They want to top the group and go through unbeaten.
The other group decided, of course, earlier today, a big upset, Thailand turning over Ireland. First time they've ever done that, and there were tears on both sides. Becky Glenn taking, it's a wonderful throw from Kajida Tulkubra. Oh, it's Ritu Moni. She went for a lot of runs the last over, so she's delighted to have that run out to her name. Becky Glenn took on the fielder, but she's not too quick between the wickets, and she'll be disappointed not to get more of an opportunity to make an impact on this game.
Well, carbon copy of the previous run out. Brilliant work for Bangladesh in the field. They've been excellent. Back-to-back run-outs, and Scotland struggling. 37 for 4 after 5 overs, and you think the game is just getting away. Bangladesh have squeezed and squeezed. It was always going to be a tall order, but Bangladesh haven't let Scotland in the game at all. Wonderful with the ball. And backing it up with some excellent fielding.
Well, she's come on and done a really good job. Fahima Khatun, great pick up and throw by Ritu Moni, and not a difficult decision for Jacqueline Williams to make there.
I've got to ask the question though, where are the dives? 2 run-outs, no dives.
So Ruth Willis, what can she do? Can she change the momentum of this fixture? Great bounce from Fahima Khatun, really excitable bowler. No matter what's happening, you know you're in a battle when you're facing her, and she finishes 0 for 8, but you feel like those 2 wickets should probably go to her name. She's bowled really tightly, and that's the story so far for Scotland. 6 overs gone, they're 37 for 4, just 2 overs left, and a lot to do. That last over, making their run rate absolutely skyrocket.
Well, 2 run-outs, and not one of the batters dived. Now, the coach, Stephen Knox, is down pitch side. He's jotting notes down. I'm sure inside he's absolutely seething, because when there's a half a chance you might make your ground, you've got to dive. You've got to do absolutely everything in your power to make your ground. And when you don't decide to dive and you get run out by a couple of inches, the coach asked the question. So that's disappointing for Scotland. 2 run-outs. Bangladesh have been excellent, it must be said.
So first over for Kajida Tulkubra. Beautiful off spinner. She turns the ball a lot, Kajida. Not afraid to give it a bit of flight every now and then. And loves to take a few wickets. She previously took 6 wickets against Ireland in a fixture back in 2010 when she first came on the scene, and she's been doing similar feats ever since.
Well, Bangladesh are never short of a spinner, whether it be in the men's or the women's game. Another talented spinner into the attack. Pulled away leg side. Again, the right fielder in the right position. It's been the same old story for Bangladesh. Excellent cricket. Playing the percentages. Closing out a game.
Wonderful fielding from Naheed Akhtar on the boundary. Really quick release after picking up. Strong shot from Catherine Bryce. She'll be disappointed not to have yielded more runs with it. So Ruth Willis facing her second ball yet to score. Decides early to sweep bottom edge, so that keeper Jyoti giving chase. She's overtaken 4 fielders, and that's great running from Catherine Bryce. Oh, and that's a fantastic piece of fielding from the bowler. She's run down to the keeper's end, turned and hit the stumps. And Ruth Willis has got to go. She probably didn't think that the throw was coming. She did try and get in though, but no dive.
Well, Catherine Bryce always wanted 3. She always wanted 3 to get back on strike. And whether Ruth Willis realised that Catherine Bryce wanted 3, she was a little bit slow to set off for that third. It's wonderful work by the bowler, it must be said, to get to the keeper's end, collect the throw, and then throw the stumps down the bowler's end. Fantastic cricket. Absolutely sensational from Bangladesh. 3 run-outs for Scotland here. Absolutely kamikaze stuff. No dives. 3 run-outs, 3 gifts.
Showing her appreciation there, Sanjita. And of course, that's well deserved for the bowler. We had 4 fielders, including the wicketkeeper, chase the ball. A good throw in to Kubra, who was at the wicketkeeper's end, turned, released, and knocked one stump out of the ground with her throw. What a celebration from her, and why not? Down the ground, struck firmly, but mid-wicket takes the catch, and that's the end of Catherine Bryce. 6th wicket for Scotland. And unfortunately, probably just out of their reach now. Bangladesh starting to celebrate as if the game is in the bag here.
Yeah, disappointing end. Catherine Bryce was playing very well. Looks a really talented cricketer. Just didn't quite get the connection she was after. Looped in the air, simple catch in the end. Bangladesh fielders aren't going to miss out on an opportunity like that. Warm applause. A good performance with bat and ball. But you feel with that wicket, the game is just slipping away from the host nation. Good crowd in. Disappointing to see. Just bottom of the bat. And a good catch running backwards.
A wild swing from Priyanaz Chatterjee. I suppose you might as well throw the kitchen sink at it at this point, Niall. Nothing to lose for Scotland.
Down the wicket. Goes big. Ah, wonderful. Wonderful to see. Great shot. Just before Chatterjee was walking out the bat, the coach, Stephen Knox, was just telling her, this is your areas. Hit the ball here. Hit through the line. And that's a wonderful stroke. Second ball down the wicket. Smashes it straight as a die. Absolutely fantastic stroke.
Well, unlike earlier when Catherine Fraser was bowling, Kajida Kutil Kubra will know she's in a battle, so look out for the one that's held back. No one's quite sure what's happened there, but she saw her coming down, skidded on, and it's a good finish to the over for Kajida. Scotland just 1 over left. And 19 runs to win, so huge amount of work to do.
Well, 18 will get us a super over. 19 to win it. Not out of the realms of expectancy. It's a tall order, yes, but it's very doable. An early boundary will just put a little bit of pressure back on the Bangladeshi bowler and fielders. Have Scotland got something special up their sleeve?
No surprise to see that woman return for her second over. Nahida Akhtar, wonderful left arm spinner, got a lot of turn in her first over. I'm sure she'll bowl wideish of off stump, look for the ball to turn away, make it very difficult to score boundaries for the incoming Ellen Watson.
Well, if I was the keeper, Jyoti, I'll be getting my gloves ready, because I reckon there's a stumping on the way.
At least one, possibly two. There's going to be a few dances down the track, you'd have to feel. And that's not how you're going to score boundaries. She's got to get some momentum towards the ball, get deep, move her feet, go down the track, do something.
Easy from here, Isabel, isn't it?
Yeah, it's deadly being out here. In these situations, there's a big gap at square leg, so maybe shuffle across and have a big heave across the line is the way to go. And she does go for it, doesn't make contact, but they'll scamper through for a single.
Yeah, and Nahida just saying, calm, relax. We've got this game in the bag. No need to lose our heads. Stay composed. Bangladesh have been very composed all tournament, it must be said. Scotland winning the toss earlier on, deciding to have a bowl, and yet again it looks like team batting first is going to win here at Forfarshire Cricket Club. It's been a common theme thus far.
An edge, they'll get the single this time. Oh, a hit, and it would have been close, but you mentioned that Nahida was telling them to keep calm, and that gives you an idea why she's got the ball in the final over. She's the kind of player that keeps her head when things are tough, when you need to keep a cool head. So game really slipping away from Scotland here. Just 3 balls remaining and a whole heap of runs to get.
Yeah, Scotland they've been good, but Bangladesh have been very good this afternoon in all disciplines, bat, ball and in the field. Goes across the stumps, pulls leg side, wants 2, should get 2, in and out, but 2s won't hurt Bangladesh at this stage.
I like that from Chatterjee down the non-striker's end. She tapped and went to look for a third, even though it was an easy take for Joji. You never know what kind of mistakes people will make when it comes down to the last few overs. Could have fumbled, maybe come through for another run. Scotland now 48 for 6, 2 balls remaining. They need a few extras here, Niall.
Smash through the offside, good shot. There is protection, it's only going to be a 1. They want 2. Well, there's going to be another run out here, surely. Well. They only got 1 in the end. The non-striker ends up running nearly 2.
That's the kind of thing I was just talking about. Last few balls, poor throw. Jyoti unable to take the return. Should be kicking herself, but it was only 1, so not a huge mistake. And it was nearly like the batters could have high-fived and gone back to their own ends there.
Right, last ball. Nahida, left arm spinner, been good again today. Chatterjee on strike. Can she finish with a bang? Goes across. Bell's taken off. Not out, but that's going to be the match for Bangladesh. Clean sweep in the group stage. And in fairness, a gulf of class between Bangladesh and the other sides. Superb with bat, ball, and especially good in the field. They've been really, really good, not just today, but all tournament. A job well done for Nahida and her captain, Salma Khatun. From 1 to 11, they've been excellent. Yeah, high fives. Congratulations all around. Bangladesh, 3 games, 3 wins, top of the group. They'll wait to see.
So that's the semi-finals confirmed. Bangladesh top the group, and it's Papua New Guinea, the surprise semi-finalists. They'll be taking on Thailand, who overturned Ireland earlier today, and Ireland have the tough task of overturning the in-form Bangladesh in their semi-final if they're to make it to that World Cup stage in 2020. So I'll leave you, Niall, to call out the match cards.
Yeah, job well done for Bangladesh. They've been excellent from 1 to 11. Very well led by their captain, it must be said, Salma Khatun. Scotland, this is their batting summary. A disappointing tale, really. Only Catherine Bryce getting to double figures. She played well, 21 from 20. 3 run-outs, really costly for Scotland. And ending with 49 for 6 from their 8 overs. They needed 63, so they're a long way off in the end. A disappointing finish of their tournament for Scotland. They won't be progressing to the semi-finals. And the bowlers for Bangladesh, well, they've always impressed. Janahara Alam, just a 1 over, good pace, 1 for 5. Nahida Akhtar, a class act, 1 for 10 from her too. Ritu Moni, 1 for 17, slightly expensive by her usual tall standards. And Kajija Tul, 1 for 7 from 1 over. Ending 49 for 6, chasing 63. A comfortable win for Bangladesh. We'll take you through some of the highlights from the Scotland innings. It wasn't early wicket, beautiful ball. Turn and bounce. Sarah Bryce down the wicket, leaving Jyoti with an easy stumping. She's not going to miss an easy chance like that. Catherine Bryce played well. She had a good game, showed all her class. Square drive, played nicely through the offside, through the leg side. Had a wonderful game with bat and ball, it must be said. A real talent for Scottish cricket. Favour square the wicket on the offside. Wonderful, wonderful stroke. Lorna Jack came and went fairly quickly. Went across the line and won, and just spliced it up. Fairly simple catch in the cover region by the captain herself. Rachel Hawkins hit the ball nicely, hit the ball firmly. Got a 4 down to the long off boundary due to a misfield, it must be said, but her stay was brief. Rachel Hawkins run out. This is the first of 3 run outs. No dive, which always surprises me. Carbon copy, second run out in the space of a couple of balls, and again no run out, no dive, which is always disappointing for a coach. You like to see your batters desperate to make their ground. Good work in the field, direct hit throw, very good. Excellent work. Direct hit, no need for Jyoti this time. Superb fielding. Well, Ruth Willis was the 3rd run out, and that was wonderful work because that was actually the bowler. Catherine Bryce, well, with that wicket ended Scotland hopes. Chatterjee played well. This was a fantastic stroke. Nearly carried all the way for a maximum, just bouncing before the rope for a wonderful boundary. Match summary, Bangladesh, they got 104 for 4 from 17. The rain came down. Jyoti played well for 35. Catherine Bryce 2 for 13 and Makshu 2 for 20 were excellent. It meant Scotland needed 63 from 8 overs with Duckworth Lewis in the end. They could only muster 49 for 6. Catherine Bryce 21 to cap off a wonderful game for Scotland, but Bangladesh the victors by 13 runs today. Nahida was excellent, 1 for 10 from her 2 overs, and Kubra 1 for 7 off 1. Ritu slightly expensive by her tall standards today, 1 for 17 from 2. Bangladesh a gulf apart from Scotland today. The hosts unfortunately finishing a rather disappointing campaign. Right, it's time for Isabel Joyce at the post-match presentation.
Match presentation of the ICC T20 Women's World Cup qualifiers between Bangladesh and Scotland. I have with me William Donald, President of Cricket Scotland, and he's going to hand over the Player of the Match award. The winner is Nigar Sultana Jyoti for her 35 not out.
Many congratulations, well done, well played. I think we hold it like this. Over here, look. Straight at the camera, guys. And again. Thank you. Well
Jyoti,
done.
if you'll join me.
Yes.
It looked like you decided before the game that you were going to tip and run at the start. Was that something you decided to do?
Actually, I did because this is my first international award and it's coming on a big tournament and I'm so happy and I'm always trying to play my natural shots and wait for the loose balls.
So had you decided what kind of score you were trying to get out there?
Actually, we are trying to make at least 20 over 130 plus run that they cannot defeat easily. And at least we can reach there at 17 over and lift 18 balls.
So the semi-final spots have been decided. You're facing Ireland in the semi-final on Thursday. Yeah. Was that the semi-final you were hoping for?
Actually, we are ready for everything because as a player, you have to ready to play everyone. And we are looking forward.
Okay, congratulations, and
Thank
thank you
you.
very much on your first Player of the Match award.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And it's back to Niall.
Well, many thanks, Isabel. Wonderful game of cricket here. Bangladesh, it was match 11. Bangladesh victors by 13 runs, and deserved victors. They've been fantastic all tournament. 104 for 4 they made in their 17. The rain came down and Scotland needed 63 from their 8 overs. Truth be told, they never got too close. 49 for 6 they ended. Catherine Bryce, though, very, very fine game. 2 for 13 with the ball and 21 with the bat. But in the end, Scotland's tournament is over. Bangladesh progress with 3 wins. They'll play Ireland in a much anticipated semi-final on Thursday at this very venue. So the game's coming thick and fast. We're going to have a day off tomorrow to see the sights and sounds of Dundee. We'll be back Thursday for 2 semi-finals. 10 a.m. local time, 9 a.m. GMT. And it's going to be a wonderful game. We've got Bangladesh against Ireland. It's going to be fantastic. Make sure you join us then. Enjoy your day off, everyone, wherever in the world you are. We'll see you Thursday.